my goodness. And there it is. Wow, get the pin to go.
Hello again, everybody, and welcome back to Bowl TV for continued coverage. Here we are again from the PWBA Summer Classic Series at the ITRC in Arlington, Texas. My name is Aaron Smith with Bowl TV, and we're excited to bring you our regional event tied into the Summer Classic Series, the Dallas-Fort Worth Regional. We have about 33 competitors who will be competing today. They're going to be bowling in 8 games of qualifying across the entire ITRC, all 14 lanes in play. And after 8 games, the top 4 players, based on total pinfall, will be advancing to our stepladder finals tonight at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 local time here in the Metroplex. So we are just about ready to get underway. So let's go ahead and get to the lanes here as we settle into our 3rd overall event of the Summer Classic Series. The Go Bowling Classic kicked things off a couple days ago with Birgit Norreichs from Germany collecting her 2nd career PWBA Tour title, her first individual win in an impressive fashion, making her way through the stepladder, winning 3 matches to collect the W. Last night at the International Bowling Campus Classic, we saw Jen Higgins do the same. She made her way through the ladder, defeating top-seeded Faraday Crawley in the finals. She averaged better than 252 on the way to her first career PWBA Tour title. So congratulations to Birgit and Jen for collecting the wins so far this week. Here for the Dallas-Fort Worth Regional, we have many of the players who didn't make the cut for the Bowl TV Classic. So for the 24 players who advanced to the Bowl TV Classic, they were not eligible to compete here at the regional event. So players who did not advance to the Bowl TV Classic and players who did not have national tour titles were not eligible for this, but everyone else able to shoe up. So we got some players who were competing throughout the course of the week earlier. We have some players who just came in for this event, trying to get a feel for PWBA Tour competition, and that's what the regional program is all about, kind of building, that next step to get yourself to the PWBA Tour across the national scale. So 1-day event, and we're ready to go. We have similar to the rest of the week, we have live scoring. We have everything kind of rolling here that you can find on PWBA.com and more. But one person you can find on PWBA.com in all the news stories here this week, Matt Cannizzaro, he's going to be joining us here. Matt's been putting together all the great recaps of each of the events available. Once again, you can check this out on PWBA.com. So he gets the lucky job of getting to talk to these players after the great performances on the lane. So let's bring him in. Matt, how you doing today, buddy?
Doing all right, sir. Glad to be here. Regional program, of course, near and dear to me because for me personally, that is the pinnacle for me. I think my national tour dreams probably not going to happen until maybe the senior tour. So I can certainly relate to some of the players who are satisfied at this level and enjoy the opportunity to compete. And then, of course, for many others, it's a stepping stone, right, to the PWBA Tour and the next level. So a little bit of everything, a good mix. We'll see some players we saw throughout the week, and we'll see some we haven't, but are familiar in other ways and during other time periods, of course. So looking forward to seeing what we've got and watching it all unfold.
I think, the way you mentioned it, Matt, looking at, building the way up, the stepping stone to the PWBA Tour, and, the perfect example of a player who found regional success and turned it into success on the national tour is Julia Bond. She won 3 titles between 2019 and 2020 on the regional circuit, but was still looking for that first breakthrough performance on the national level. She did that in January at the Hall of Fame Classic as part of the Kickoff Classic Series, also here at the ITRC. Added a Queen's title to that, so a major title for Julia, and now she's the points leader for the season, heading into kind of the final quarter of the events here. So that's kind of what the regional program is all about. We've had not quite as many of events that we would have normally had, of course, with everything kind of moving along with the world, but certainly a program that's very important to the PWBA Tour and continuing to build that. So the tour is always moving, always shaking, always getting ready for that next step. So with that, let's go full screen here as we have a brief. There we go. All right. Just a brief freeze up there for a quick second, but back to the action. Joining us here on lanes 11 through 14. On 11 and 12, Shalin Zulkifli, the longtime Malaysian national standout, recently retired from competing for the Malaysian national team, but out here on the PWBA Tour this season. She's been here since the Queens. Competing along the way, Taylor Baltais, Elise Bolton, a PWBA regional champion, Jen Hokersack, and then on 13 and 14, Brandy Stevens, Tina Williams, past Team USA member and current USBC Board of Director member, Taylor Bailey, Summer Jasmine, and Kayla Crawford. For those of you watching on Bowl TV, you know you can scroll throughout the entire house. We have channels and cameras available on each pair of lanes to watch your favorite bowlers compete here at the DFW Regional. Of course, the chat is open as always.
Chat is open as always. That's right up there with the bar is open, right? It's just as exciting.
Absolutely, Matt. So hello to everybody. We appreciate you joining us. And for the folks joining on Facebook and YouTube, thank you for swinging on by. We are live for game number 1 on those platforms. So after game 1, we'll be sending the feed exclusively to bowltv.com. So we hope you head on over, pick up a subscription to watch. You can watch today the regional event if you just want to check it out. Bowl TV for the first time. Nice cover there by Taylor. $4.95. So $4.95 event ticket to watch all the action today. 8 games of qualifying and the stepladder finals tonight. Or you can pick up a monthly or annual recurring subscription for $9.95 or $79.95. Transaction fees do apply for all 3. So a few different ways to check out Bowl TV. Every pair in play from the ITRC. Hope you swing on by. Check out bowltv.com. The great thing with the monthly subscription option at the moment for $9.95, not only do the monthly and the annual give you full access to the site, not only the live coverage, but also the archived events, so you can go back and watch all the rounds of the Summer Classic Series if you missed any of them, as well as the on-demand content available in the lab, the vault, the backstage channels. But taking a look at kind of just the timeline of what's coming up here on Bowl TV in the next couple of weeks. The rest of August is jam-packed with PWBA. So from August 19th to the 21st, we'll be heading up to the Pacific Northwest for the PWBA Spokane Open. And then a couple days after that, the tour will be heading to California for the U.S. Women's Open, the 24th through the 31st. So a lot of cool things to check out. So we certainly hope to see you join the Bowl TV community. Taking a look at the oil pattern here for the DFW Regional, 39 feet in length. .7 to 1 ratio. So a little bit softer than what we saw through the first 2 events for the Go Bowling Classic and the IBC Classic. 26.2 mils of oil for the volume. And we're using Kegel Navigate. So we've seen a lot of players trying to start off pretty far right. Even one or two folks in practice using urethane as well. So over the course of 8 games, want to make sure the pattern doesn't get too crazy out there. But one person who knows a little something about crazy oil patterns is Curtis Von Kruger. Let's bring KVK into the show, folks, from the ITRC. Got the best seat in the house. There he is. Curtis,
good morning, fellas. How are you?
We're doing well, sir. How's the lane level look out there today?
Lane level look is good. It's you got some strong players in this field. Very strong players in this field. Obviously, you saw a strong pair right here, strong cross right off the bat here on 11 and 12 with Shaolin and Taylor and Elise and Jennifer, all touring professionals out here. But you got some fresh faces. We got a Tina over here on lanes 13 and 14. I'm sure you guys have mentioned her at this point in time. And Taylor Bailey, Summer Jasmine, and Kayla Crawford, all strong players as well. So it does look like people are starting to play out, but don't let that 2.7 to 1 lull you into a sense of comfort, Aaron Smith.
No comfort here.
There is no quarter here in the ITRC. And as you know, this building will play flatter because the gutters have a tendency to not hook. So even though you have an oil ratio of 2.7 to 1, because the gutters don't hook, they're still going to feign tight down lane because of it. So it will be very tricky. You still got to make shots. You still got to be on top of your speed control, and you gotta be smart with your transitions. Game 3 and 4, as we have seen throughout the week, will tell the story and really be the separating factor in this sprint. This is a sprint. You can't afford to you want to make that top 4. You got to jump on it quick. And you got to stay on top of things because you're going to have a lot of people gunning for you right off the bat. You don't have that 9 games and then obviously a little bit of a match play format there to get yourself out of the gutter. So a bad start, while it may not kill you, it's definitely it's going to make things harder. So look for the ladies who come out to a quick start and see how they play the lanes. There is some urethane on the lanes. I really feel like that's going to cause some trouble later on in the block for them. So you got to be really careful where you're throwing it, and you have to think about what's happening 3, 4, 5 games down the road. So let's see how that's going to play out. And I'm still jazzed from yesterday with Jen Higgins taking home her first title. That was, it's great. We've had a lot of first-time titleists this year out on tour. Julia Bond, Jen Higgins, obviously Stephanie Zavala, Verity Crawley. So it's good to see some new players coming out here and having some success. Maybe are we seeing a little bit of a changing of the guard? Maybe, Aaron Smith.
Well, that sounds like a great discussion topic throughout the course of this block. You see, certainly though, you do look at the winner's circle this year, and you do have those new names up there, all of them that you mentioned, but you still got the likes of Liz Johnson, Shannon O'Keefe, Danielle McCune. They're not ready.
Oh, yeah.
Kelly Kulick. They're not ready to necessarily let these whippersnappers take care of business just yet, but
that is true. They have all won this year.
So it's such a great mix of the tour. It's been such a fun season to kind of watch develop over the course of, I guess now it's 8 months. The way it's kind of worked with the start in January and the little break, and then nice long stretch in the middle there from April to June, a month off, and now we're back at it here in August. And yeah, it's it's been a fun developing tour to kind of just to follow. It's hard to it seems like there's been so many events. It looks like, thinking of like Stephanie's win in Cleveland seems like it was 2 years ago now, with the way that tour has.
She's a veteran all of a sudden.
She's a veteran, yes, absolutely. But it's kind of crazy the pace of the year. But we wouldn't have it any other way here on Bold TV. It's been so fun to watch, and we hope you've enjoyed it as well. Let's go back to full screen here so you folks can watch the action all the way. There we go.
You got to like Shalyn Zolkeefly on this. I mean, she can play straight. She can keep everything in front of her. Obviously, she's one of the more, if not the most decorated bowler in this field. So you've got to like where she's coming from. You got to like the little bit of the advantage. Obviously, she made a cut there. She was first out. For the top 24, a little bit of a heartbreaker there for her. I caught up with her right after that, and she was, clearly upset, but she's one of those people who don't let a block or a shot or a tournament define her, and is going to bounce back even better. And already, obviously, with the exception of the second frame, getting off to a hot start here.
Have a good question from Rod in the Bold TV chat. What determines the eligibility for this tournament? Specifically for this event, since it's tied into the Summer Classic Series, the players who qualified for the Bold TV Classic, which is taking place Monday and Tuesday from our original 56-player field, the 24 players who advanced to that portion of the tournament were not eligible to compete in the regional. So all the players who finished outside the top 24. You mentioned how Shalyn was the first player out of the cut. So from 25 to 56 in the overall standings for that were eligible to compete in this event unless they were a national tour title holder. So, some of the notable names who ended up missing the cut to the Bold TV Classic, if you look at a Missy Parkin or a Shannon O'Keefe.
They're not allowed.
They were not eligible because they have one on the national tour. And if there was someone, not just from the tournament, but if someone outside of it who didn't necessarily bowl this week, if since she's someone in the area, if Carolyn Dorn Ballard just wanted to bowl this event as a national tour titleist, she would not be able to. So it kind of that I think that's often the biggest leap for players wanting to test themselves at the professional level is that intimidation factor from seeing a player like Shannon or Liz and Kelly Kulik, obviously not intimidating talking to them because they're all great individuals, but competing against them. So this kind of takes that aspect out of it a little bit, so where it's it's not necessarily you have to shoe up against the Shannon O'Keefes of the world just yet.
Yeah, and you look, if you contrast that with the men's regional program, if you're looking down the barrel of Jacob Buttriff as a bowler that wants to kind of come out there and test the waters, well, that is going to be a big ask for anybody to win against a player like that. And, ultimately that could affect your decision making as far as, hey, this is what I'm going to bowl. So I like the design of this because the regional tour in itself should be a feeder into the national tour. It should be that AAA ball, if you will, where, you cut your teeth, you bowl on a little bit easier of a pattern. I mean, they're not bowling on some league shot out there. This is still don't get me wrong, this is a tough shot. But at the same time, it gives them a stepping stone, an opportunity to kind of test their mettle a little bit and see where they can come out with. And, you looked at a bowler like Gigi Mason and Julia Bond, both had success out on the regional program in 2019. And, that just fed their confidence coming into the next year. And obviously Julia has had tremendous success out here already on tour, being the lead bowler for Player of the Year. So, and she will credit the regional tour for giving her some of that confidence because, She was runner-up for Rookie of the Year. She didn't have as much of a successful tour as she wanted. It was still a great year, but this program really gives her that confidence. And Tina Williams is gonna step up here for the front six. Talk about hot starts. She's kind of playing it slow. Ooh, that looks pretty nice there, Aaron Smith.
I would agree. And Tina has already had some success on the national level earlier this year at the USBC Women's Championships. She rolled the first 300 game at the WC in 2021, so that was pretty cool. Ironically enough, and I'm sure some of her teammates from that event are watching, and I know Sandy Charles is bowling the event as well, so she was one of the players on the lanes there. But I'm not gonna lie, Curtis, could you imagine that they were giving me a hard time about clouding folks on Bowl TV, and at the Women's Championships, and every time I go out there, and then all of a sudden I had to go down there because one of their teammates had the front nine, but Tina was able to let the sun shine through.
Hey, you know what?
And we got it.
I have an issue with this. And obviously this is a subject that is near and dear to my heart, as I have been admonished on many occasions for being the black cloud here on the national tour. They're very quick to give you credit for clouding them, but when you get one, you don't get the credit for when they get one. You don't get the credit when they do bowl the 300. So you're always the liability, but never the positivity. And that's I take that personally. I think we need a little protest here, because the way I think about it, you want me to come behind you with a video camera. You want to see my smiling, overly exuberant face staring at you with a large camera. Am I wrong?
It's usually a good sign when we're down there.
Yeah, I'm not usually going to shoot the buck 40. Like, that's just the way it is as we go for the front seven.
Oh,
ooh, a little bit of a fruit salad there. A little bit of a fruit salad. Still one of my favorite terms.
Taking a quick look around the house. Oh, Jeannie Franklin bowling too. So she was another one who was giving me a hard time about that. But we love seeing Jeannie all the time. Of course, great work her and her husband Tony do here locally with the bowling news. Got Cara Mangiola, nice start, 6 out of 7 strikes. Jennifer Couples had the front 5 this game. Sandy Charles, 6 out of 7.
Cara is a really good example of a bowler that can benefit from this particular tour. She is a bowler that has a lot of potential. She's had some success out here already, but just needs to fine-tune some things. That is not a knock on her. She is a young player. Just has to fine-tune some things, get a little confidence under her, and then she can really do some nice things out here. So good opportunity for her to do some more learning, get a little more confidence, and to see a different shot, see a different pattern. Taylor Bailey going for the 1, 2, 10, chops off the 1 and the 2. Otherwise, a clean game for her. 219 possible still, though.
Let's see, I have a question in the chat. Gigi is competing, and it doesn't. She was eligible for this event, but it appears she is not competing today.
might be a situation where she just needs a little bit of a break. Give herself a little bit of a reset here. She didn't have the tournament that she was looking to have, clearly. So, sometimes too much bowling can be as bad as no bowling. And sometimes perspective, if you're not having fun out there, you're not enjoying yourself. And Gigi is one of those infectious individuals that feeds off of the fun. And a couple of moments she just seemed a little out of sorts with herself, and didn't look like she was having a lot of fun. Didn't look like she was having a good time. And maybe that's she needs to recenter herself a little bit, and she's going to be a player that bounces back better than ever because she has way too much talent, way too much ability to do otherwise.
Curtis, you talk about taking a little time off, and that was something that in reading Matt Canizaro's article last night, found out a little bit more about. Apparently, for Jen Higgins, a broken toe kind of kept her out of the game for a little bit here in the summer months, and then she was, kind of had to start from scratch. Was kind of the way she described it. Would you say that, Matt?
Yeah, definitely. It was an opportunity to just reset everything. Come in and just forget all the bad habits and focus on the good ones, and work on some new things. And as she called it, dropping her keys. And if you think of it literally, and that kind of caught me off guard a little bit, and I had to listen to it a couple times. Then she said it again at the end. So if you think about that literally, I guess if you just have a bunch of keys and you drop them on the ground and they go everywhere, and you got to pick them up and put it all back together, and it may not be the same as it was, but it's an opportunity to have something fresh, and that's what it took. And while at first she was on her way, right, it was the suitcase for that PWBA event, heartbreak for a minute, and then it ended up being possibly the best thing. So some time off, and came back when she was ready, and well, we saw what happened last night.
Fellas, front 8 here. Should I give her one more before the clouds begin to darken?
I think that'd be a nice gesture here.
Yeah,
it's game 1. It's early. You have time to develop the storms here. So
yeah, the storm is brewing here on 13 and 14 as Tina Williams has strung the front 8 to start her tournament. Obviously, relentlessly pursuing a perfect game here. Looking for the front 9. And just excitement out the gates, huh?
Absolutely. We saw some ups and downs, and still certainly it's game 1. We still have a long way to go, but can't say I remember seeing this many strikes to kick off a block throughout the course of the first 2 events. So like this, especially here on Bowl TV. We got the preview out on Facebook and YouTube, and we'll see if Tina can add a couple more here.
Kim and Paula both say no clouds. I got no clouds. And we'll see her step up here in the 9th frame, trying to lay that foundation frame down. Sporting the headband, Rotagrip. She let that one get away. Yeah, that didn't have any chance. 1-2 there. Hey, it wasn't my fault, folks. It was not my fault. Her streak will end at 8, but a wonderful start here for Tina, and she'll look to bowl the 278. And you got to imagine that will put her in an early lead here at the regional.
Yeah, that's just taking a quick glance at live scoring. Also available on PWBA.com to follow along throughout the day. There were some decent starts, but no one quite approaching the performance Tina has put together so far. A few opportunities for 240 still out there for Alexis Nair and Cara Mangiola, currently on lanes 3 and 4. Jody Wessner can get to 235. She's in her 10th frame on 7 and 8, but those are looking to be the big numbers here in the early going. Taylor Boltice led the way on 11 and 12 for game 1, 206.
Yeah, as I said, these lanes are not going to play easy. You know, the convention of the venue. I just got asked by Tina if I put a camera on her. And that we actually discussed on Bull TV, Tina. We just discussed on Bull TV how many I should give you, and we said 9.
How many what?
How many shots we should give you, and I said 9. So we tried to give you that 9. She says so close. She just threw it bad. She just threw it bad. Her words, not mine. Her words, not mine. So having a little fun with Tina there. We all recognize. Are we implying that the Bull TV, the bowling community in general, seems to be a little superstitious?
Maybe, but there's nothing wrong with that, though.
Absolutely not.
We can handle that burden. We knew what we were getting into when this all started.
We just had a scream of exuberance out here as Mr. O'Keefe was just given a present, it seems, by... Oh, no, he's opening packs of cards. He's carrying packs right now.
He's I heard that's a new hobby for Brian and Shannon. So
yes, and he must
happy birthday to Brian too. Today's his birthday.
It's my anniversary too today.
Oh yeah, I remember you mentioned.
Did you guys just hear that? Yeah. Absolutely. My birthday, or not my birthday, but my anniversary, 13 years to my lovely wife, Lindsay, back at home. I love you. I don't think she's watching right now. We're looking at houses. But happy birthday to Brian. It looks like he just got a nice birthday present. Opened up a fun one. I'm going to go see what card he found. Because I'm beyond curious at this point.
And well, happy anniversary to you and Lindsay. Curtis, there we go.
Thank you.
We as we said a couple of days ago, we got to get you home for one of these personal celebrations. We had you for your birthday and junior gold, and now your anniversary. So,
hey, that shows my commitment. And honestly, I mean that bowling is my mistress, if you will. And I love this, but I do love this sport, and I do love being out here. Just being out here, enjoying the game. It's a part of me. It's a part of me, and that's never going to go away. So happy to be out here, and we'll celebrate as soon as I get home, and we'll have a nice dinner and, do all the prim and proper things. I gotta do some shopping there. Gotta do some shopping. Gotta find something special.
There you go.
So. All right, I gotta go see. I gotta go see what he got.
Oh, absolutely.
And I will report why Brian O'Keefe was so happy.
Excellent.
Mr. Team USA head coach here.
All right, folks, as a reminder, as we wrap up game number 1 here, for you good people watching on Bull TV, we will be continuing on for the rest of the way. 8-game qualifying block here as Tina's going to take care of that 10-pin. She's going to be in the 260s to lead the action here at the Dallas-Fort Worth Regional. For the folks on Facebook and YouTube, we will be wrapping up here, so please head on over to bulltv.com if you want to watch the rest of the action throughout the course of the day, including the stepladder finals tonight. We'll have our champion. The regional events are one-day competitions, so we will have that later today, 9 p.m. Eastern time, 8 local. So nice full day of bowling to enjoy your Sunday. That 10-pin gets out there on the fill ball. 267, great start for Tina. Taylor Bailey going to wrap things up for us here in game number 1. And 209 her max score. Rookie this year out on tour. She's had a couple of top 12 finishes this season, and still looking for that breakthrough week. Saw her make some of the stepping stones earlier this year. She made her debut at the Twin Cities Open in April, and chatting with her, you know, there were certainly some initial nerves coming out on tour, even though she was a collegiate standout at McKendree and a past member and medal winner for Junior Team USA, rocking the gold from the World Youth Championships in 2018. But, you know, kind of made the steps from there, made that first round of 32 in Lincoln, and then that first top 12 the following week. So it's been a learning curve, but Taylor's been putting together a nice rookie season. Her first regional event right here today. So a player to keep an eye on as well to see if she can make a run to that top 4. Delivers the double. Going to be in the 2-0s.
Got a good card, Aaron.
Pick 4 on the fill. Going to be 2:05 for Taylor. 2:67. Tina Williams leading the way here in the early going at the PWBA Dallas Fort Worth Regional. As we mentioned, folks, we'll be taking a quick reset to get ready for game number 2. So once again, for the folks on BullTV.com, hang tight. We'll be right back with continued action of qualifying here from the ITRC. For those of you watching on Facebook and YouTube, we hope to see you over at BullTV.com. Come on over, swing by. Event tickets start for as low as $4.95 plus transaction fees, along with a monthly and recurring annual subscriptions available, $9.95, $79.95. So check it out. Head on over to BullTV.com. But for right now, we're going to take a quick second. We'll be right back here for the DFW Regional. All right, good folks. Welcome back, Bold TV. PWBA Dallas Fort Worth Regional. Game 2 of 8 underway across the house. Taking a look at the lineup here on 11 through 14. We're going to be joined by Courtney Ermish, Sandra Gongora, Lisa Goodson, Fania Kobo, and Azeret Zetter on 11 and 12. And then just moving over one lane from game number 1, Shalyn Zolkeefly, Elise Bolton, Jennifer Hokersack, and Taylor Boltice. So it looks like everybody just moving one pair over to the right. So Brandy Stevens, Summer Jasmine, Kayla Crawford, Taylor Bailey, and early tournament leader Tina Williams. You can now find them on 1 and 2. Tanya Lopez, Caitlin Schroyer, Suzette Draper, Katie Jensen, and Kayla Pashina on lanes 3 and 4. Alexis Nair, Kara Mangiola, Maria Belanova, Tremea Washington, and Jeannie Franklin on 5 and 6. Sandy Charles, Jennifer Couples, Brianna Andrew, Stephanie Schwartz, and Nicolette Gaudet over on 7 and 8. And on 9 and 10, Jennifer Russo, Brianna Clemmer, Jody Wessner, and Hannah Brookins. So we see Shalyn take care of that single pin. A couple players in this lineup looking for a little redemption. for their time here at the ITRC. Courtney Ermish delivering the strike in the third frame. Courtney and Azarette bowled the pre-tournament qualifier for the Summer Classic Series, but did not make it to the main event. So they've been waiting a couple days to get a second opportunity to get back out on the lanes here at the ITRC. For Sandra Gongora, a rough showing at the Go Bowling Classic, but she bounced back nicely, making the top 12 at the International Bowling Campus Classic. Had the distinction of being the final player in. So she had a bowling the early squad had a long wait to see if her total was going to be enough to claim the final spot. A shot there from Azarette, bouncing back after the miscue in frame 2. So we do have a score update here available after game number 1. And as expected, Tina Williams, 267, leading the way. Cara Mangiola sits in second, 246. Jody Wessner with a 235 sits in third. Caitlin Schroyer, who also bowled the PTQ for the Summer Classic Series, sits in fourth at the moment, 225. 12 players posted 200 or higher in game number 1. Sandy Charles, 223. Alexis Nair, 218. Jennifer Couples and Nicolette Gaudet, 212. Taylor Baltice, 206. Taylor Bailey, 205. Jeannie Franklin, 204. And Jennifer Russo, 200. 33 players in the field. Only 4 will advance on to the stepladder finals later today.
Come on.
Fast tracks. Fast tracks.
Taking a quick look around the house for live scoring, and Katie Jensen over on 3 and 4 off to a strong start. After an open frame in the first, she has rattled off 4 consecutive strikes, as has Kayla Pashina. Maria Balanova started with the front 4, ran into some trouble in frame 5, had a split. I bounced back with a strike in the 6th frame. Stephanie Schwartz, nice start as well over on 7 and 8. Stephanie made her way out of the PTQ into the Go Bowling Classic and IBC Classic. Ended up making the top 12 for the IBC Classic. Great to see Stephanie back out there. was a rookie on tour in 2019, but this is our first time seeing her in 2021. Now, I believe I caught it in the chat a little bit earlier during the week that she now has a full-time gig as a teacher. So big thanks to Stephanie for her work with that. But finding a little time here on the summer vacation. To get back into sport at the top level.
You know, Aaron, one of the reasons I know God exists is because he made coffee.
You got to sleep in today, Curtis.
That's irrelevant, Aaron.
So, oh.
Erroneous on all accounts.
As I show off my Mountain Dew to Curtis. So
Yeah. He does the do. I mean, I'm still an avid supporter of the Baja Blast, which, you know, apparently is just normal Mountain Dew mixed with the blue Powerade, from what I understand.
interesting.
Yeah, I mean, that could be. Let's ask that as a fact or fiction. Is that fact or fiction?
This is something we can try at home. That doesn't involve a 1,000-year-old jar of honey. So
Yeah, that's a little. That's just hilarious. I never thought I'd find myself on the Mountain Dew wiki page.
So Curtis, you had stepped away for a second there. I gotta know, what card did Brian O'Keefe find?
He found a speckled refracting card for a soccer player that the name went into my head and then really right out the other side because that's just how my brain works. But it's like $100 card apparently. So he said that he didn't let out a yell, and I emphatically disagree with him. And I honestly, if we roll back the tapes, because we have the receipts, you could absolutely support what I said. You heard it on Bull TV, folks.
The evidence is there.
Yep, we got the receipts, bro. Taylor Boltar's trying to put together a nice one here. Chalene just a little struggle there. She tries to get steep on the split and just can't get it over. Nice shot there by Courtney, a player I expect to kind of put it together here eventually. She throws the ball really well, just kind of has a lot to learn. You see Taylor up here on your right lane 14. The one thing you got to be careful though, Aaron, and one thing I have noticed is bowlers that make the turn, their next game typically is a little difficult, especially if you're going from 13 to 14. 13 and 14 to 1 and 2 as that one gets a little high on the head pin. And you leave with 3-6. Should have no problems converting this. But the pair-to-pair from the high to the low end is pretty rough. Speaking, you know what? I'm going to go find somebody who can speak to that probably as good, if not better than anybody. And I have this person in mind. And they are in the building at the moment. No guarantees, but I am batting. I have a pretty good batting average for Bowl TV guest this week.
That you have. I agree.
So, also, Chris Warren is in the building right now.
How about that?
One of the most
Squeaks.
Squeaks is in the building. The most prolific regional bowler in history. It is only appropriate that he is at the. He even comes to the women's region. He's all over. So maybe we'll get Squeaks in here a little bit later. Always has wonderful insight. One of the best ever to put on a pair of shoes, and he's just a delight to speak with. But I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere, Aaron. I have a feeling you won't.
Getting toward the end of game 2 here of our 8-game qualifying block. Finia Kobo, no problem on the spare there. She's putting together a nice game. Can still get into the 250s. 256 her max score. Azarette, after the hiccup in frame 2, has not missed. So she had that shot get away from her. Bounce back with the strike in the third, and now looking for 6 in a row. There's another one. Great shot. Katie Jensen still putting together a nice game over on 3 and 4. She can get to 257 as well. There's another strike for Finia. Oh. Shalyn sends 3 around there.
I am back, and I come bearing gifts. 2-time PWBA reigning player of the year. He needs no further introduction. Shannon O'Keefe, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi, Shannon.
Hey, how are you?
We're doing well. Thanks for joining us here on Bowl TV. How are you doing today?
I'm good.
I
Watching bowl and learning stuff.
I know today is a big day for you, though. It's Brian O'Keefe's birthday.
It is Brian O'Keefe's birthday. It's a big day. Yeah. We went over to the card shop. He was ripping some cards. He's a happy guy.
I heard he was ripping cards inside the ITRC as well. He's that anxious.
He was hooping and hollering. It was so cute. He pulled a Pedre card. He bought a box of soccer cards. So he pulled Pedre, which is this, like 18-year-old phenom for Barcelona, and he's been talking about him for like the last couple months. And so he pulled a refractor Pedre card. If anybody watching knows anything about cards, you'll not understand what I'm talking about. He was a little disappointed it wasn't numbered, but that's okay. He's a happy guy.
There we go.
Yeah.
Well, please tell Brian happy birthday from all of us here at Bowl TV.
I will.
Curtis and I were talking a little bit about some of the characteristics here of the ITRC, and how it can be a little tricky going from making the jump from the high end on say 13 and 14 and moving to 1 and 2. Can you talk a little bit about, maybe some of the challenges with making that jump across the ITRC?
Yeah, I don't even know if it's from the high end to the low end. I think it's just really it's pair to pair. There's so much difference. Like on 13 and 14, I always found 14 to be a little bit tighter. On 1 and 2, lane 1 tends to be tighter when you play further to the right. But when you play more in the middle of the lane on lane 1, it wants to hook earlier. So the other day everyone's like, oh my gosh, I gotta go to 1 and 2, but I bowled like 230 over there and like 2-0 with an open. And so I really just think it's, understanding the characteristics. Like lane 1 wants to be tighter if you're playing, further to the right, but then if you're playing the middle of the lane 1 wants to hook earlier. So it gives you the illusion that it's tighter because it's a little tighter in front of the head pin. And so it makes a lot of people, when they're playing more of the track, feel like they got to play further right. And to me, I combat that with just getting my hand around it. A little more rotation on lane 1 when I'm playing a little further left to get it to tip up a little bit into the pocket. But yeah, they're tricky. Lane 8 is always tighter in front of the pocket. Lane 10, I think, is the one that's a little tighter as well. 11 and 12 is just a great pair. Lane 6 is a little bit tighter. Lane 3 and 4 are very similar. So yeah, it's just bowling in here enough. You start to learn the characteristics. Working for USBC for all those years, this was my home center, so I practiced down here every single day. And then with it being the home of Team USA and being on the team forever, you just get to know the characteristics. Brian was a coach here for a really long time, and so he really learned the characteristics. But yeah, 7 and 8 was a little weird this week because there was a couple times where I actually felt like lane 8 actually hooked a little bit more than lane 7, and it was usually the other way around. So it can just be tricky. You just got to read ball motion.
Absolutely. And as we kind of get into the first couple games here, I know you got a few former McHenry Bearcats in the field here. I'm sure you're keeping an eye on. We got Brianna Clemmer and we got Taylor Bailey competing out there. So, it's the first regional events for them after, some success here on the national tour. What are you kind of seeing out of them so far as far as kind of how they've been attacking the pattern and how do you think they're going to fare over the course of this 8-game block?
Well, I feel like they'll be okay. I feel like, when Brianna gets into trouble, it's just because she starts to overthrow it. She can really gas it down there. And sometimes, she throws a little bit too hard and misses right. The ball's never going to see it, especially with them being a little tricky from pair to pair. And she bowled 180, 180. So I just think, she can keep her tempo a little bit under control. I think she'll be okay. I think as the lanes start to break down, it gives her a little bit of a friction spot. She'll be able to just do what Brianna does. And Taylor, crazy as it is, her bowling shoe broke the other day. Hard to explain, but it just almost like split in half. And so she felt like she was bowling in a sock. It was really weird. And so one of her old teammates from McHenry lives down here, and she went and had lunch with her. And she's like, "Hey, do you still have your McHenry bowling shoes?" And so she's wearing her teammates' bowling shoes today. And she says it was a little weird to get used to, but she bowled 2-0 the first game. And she's bowling on 1 and 2 right now. She kept going light on lane 2 because she's playing a little bit, more in the track, and she threw a couple shots right and went a little light, but I think they'll be okay. Watch them bowl enough. I'm pretty confident in their abilities, and they just got to stay composed and just execute to their best ability and not scoreboard watch.
Broken shoe. That's a
Broken
new
shoe.
One. That's, on pace with Dog Ate My Homework, but that's a unique thing to. I wouldn't imagine being able to kind of having to make that adjustment. That's something else.
It's so funny. So Brian was telling Taylor that he had a shoe that happened to. So it's right at the base of where the interchangeable sole goes on. Like that whole thing splits all the way to all the way through the sole. And he bowled that way with that shoe for 2 years. And he said when he actually got a new pair of shoes, he said he couldn't bowl. He felt like he was wearing like a piece of wood on the bottom of his foot. It was so funny. So Brian's like, yeah, you probably don't want to get used to that. So yeah, she'll be okay.
Wrapping up game 2 of 8 here. Kind of looking at, what we just came from the past 2 events, having the match play portion of it, the bonus pins, and with this format, that kind of throws everything kind of all the way around. It's, you just want to make the top 12, and then you kind of have a chance to, over the course of 12 games, there's opportunities for players to make a run. And this, you really can't let up throughout the 8-game block with only 4 players remaining. That kind of changes the dynamic a little bit heading into this event after what we've had the past couple of days.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, I think the girls that can control, their mental thoughts, like focusing on controlling what you can control and being okay with that and not worrying about the end result and where you're trying to get to. To me, that's being mentally tough. And all you can do is your best in the moment that you're currently in. And when you start thinking about, like, oh, well, I have to do this in order to do this, you're going to get yourself in trouble. And so I think those that can stay composed and just focus on one shot at a time, which can be really hard in an 8-game format with 5 people on a pair. That can be really hard. Your brain just wants to spiral out of control really quickly, especially if you throw a bad shot. Those were some things that I personally struggled with this, last week. And so just sometimes you just got to reset and take a step back and be grateful you're able to even do what you're doing. And so I think those that can stay composed throughout the day are going to have the luck on their side, I guess. The advantage.
Mm-hmm. And I think that brings up a good point too, with just kind of the slower pace and having a little more time. And for you, what's a good way to, and for the folks listening at home, what's a good way to kind of stay in that right mindset, in between shots? You have a couple minutes sometimes in between deliveries here, and what's kind of maybe one of your tricks to just make sure you are staying in the moment, you're ready to go, and you're going to make the best shot you can moving forward.
I try not to overanalyze things too much in between shots. And so I have a journal. Everybody knows I write in a journal. And I fill out every page by hand. There's specific questions I ask myself every day after I'm done bowling. And so a lot of times I'll write in it while I'm bowling. Well, if I have nothing else to write, I'll just flip the page and pre-write all the questions to set up my journal for days to come. And I think it was a Players Championship in 2019. I think I filled out half of the pages of the journal throughout that entire tournament, because it just kept my mind off of, focusing too much on other people, and just keeping me, just writing and doodling was very, very beneficial. And then when it was my turn, I'm like, all right, one good shot, execute, control what you can control, and bowl. When you think about it, how long is it taking them to bowl a game right now? 45 minutes, maybe?
Right around there, yep.
And, with spares, would you say on average they may be throwing 15, 16 shots a game on average, 17 shots a game on average?
I think that's fair, yeah.
Yeah, and how long does it take for someone to throw a bowling ball from the time their approach starts to when they let go of the ball?
Just a couple of seconds, yep.
Right, so take 2 seconds times those 17 shots on average a game, and how many seconds do we got?
Not a whole bunch.
Right, so we're talking not even a minute that you're actually physically throwing a bowling ball for 45 minutes. So for 44 minutes, all you're doing is thinking. And you do that times 8 games. And so there's a lot of time to be in your own head. And if you're not in the right headspace and focusing on the right things, you can be your own worst enemy. And I don't think people break it down like that. But Brian broke that down for me that way, probably 5 or 6 years ago. And I was like, whoa, okay, I need to work on my mental toughness then, because I'm not doing the right thing. So, So I think that's just a way to think about it. If you break it down that way and then start focusing and holding yourself accountable for how you speak to yourself. And if you're speaking to yourself in any way that you wouldn't dare say to somebody else, and it's probably not okay to say. Like, I would say things to myself that I would never say to another soul. And once I really started paying attention to that, I was like, wow, I didn't realize how much, damage I'm probably doing internally, and I don't even realize it. So I probably need to get a handle on that. And it definitely took a lot of discipline. But once we kind of got there, then now it's just kind of maintaining and finding ways to distract yourself when things don't go well and move on. So it can be challenging, but hopefully that helps anybody that may be listening that struggles with it.
No, that was a fantastic way to kind of break it down just into just the time available in that. And, for a lot of folks who are bowling, 5-game sweepers back at home, or, coming out for an event like this, a regional tour event for the first time. There's always a lot going on. There's a lot of stuff happening around you. And if you can kind of break it down into, maintaining the focus you need for those moments, and
3 seconds,
and
3 seconds every couple
Absolutely.
minutes, it's not a lot. If you can't, focus for 3 seconds every couple minutes, you probably have bigger issues. So. Yeah, I try to break that down to my McKendree kids, and they're like, oh yeah. And, I've been in their shoes. I understand what it is to be, young and, not maybe super confident in yourself and still trying to figure out who you are as a young female. And on top of that, you're bowling with a team that's really talented. And when you make a mistake, you feel like you're letting your team down. I've been there. I've experienced all that. So it's really easy for me as their coach to recognize, when somebody may not be being very nice to themselves. And, it's my job to say, look at, we're human. Nobody expects you to be perfect. You are not defined as a human based off of your bowling performance. And it's okay. So no more of that. Come back up here and let us love on you. And that has been it's been really good, and it's been a lot of fun to watch them grow and really start to understand that and see that, because they're so impressionable at that age, and it's going to make or break them on how you interact with them in those moments. And I just want to love on my kids so they can come out here and be amazing. So.
And they certainly are, and we look forward to watching Brianna and Taylor here. We got Lauren coming up Monday and Tuesday as well. So
yeah, I told Lauren, I said, Lauren, I'm so sorry I bowled so stinky that I won't be around. I'm going to drive home tomorrow so I can get back to work myself. But I told her, I promise, we'll be watching you on Bowl TV the whole time, and we won't miss a game. And she's like, it's okay, I understand. But yes, I'm so proud of my kids. Gosh, I just feel like a proud mom. I'm not a mom, so I don't know how a proud mom would feel, but I can only imagine that that's how I feel, as watching Taylor earlier, and she made a good shot and she kind of fist pump, and I was like, oh, that's my girl. And then, I saw Brianna do it, and I'm like, oh man, that's my girl. And watching Lauren bowl the round of 12, I was just, such a proud mom. It's amazing. It's really cool.
It is super awesome. And Shannon, we'll let you continue to do your mom thing out there and root on your girls. But we want to thank you for coming in, talking a little bit about some of the differences at the ITRC. And we'll let you get back to keeping an eye on them. But thank you as always for your time. Always enjoy the opportunity to chat with you and get to learn from the best in the world. So we appreciate that. And once again, I hope Brian lets you rip a pack or two.
No, he already ripped them all, and I asked him if I could rip a pack. He's like, it's my birthday. I'm like, okay, settle down. So no, it's all done, but that's okay. But well, you guys, thanks as always. It's always fun chatting with you guys. I know the hours you guys are putting in are ridiculous, and I thank you guys, and I appreciate what you do and what you do for our sport. Sometimes I think your job is a thankless job, but I appreciate, everything that you guys do, and being able to give, all the parents and friends and families the opportunity to watch everybody here is pretty awesome. So keep it up.
Well, thank
Have
you,
some coffee.
We appreciate it. Coffee indeed. Yes.
Yeah.
Very important.
All right. We'll talk to you soon.
All right. Thanks, Shannon.
Bye, guys.
All right, folks. 2-time reigning PWBA Player of the Year, Shannon O'Keefe, joining us there for a couple minutes here on Bowl TV. Always a pleasure. And Curtis, as always, delivering the great guests.
Yeah, now the intelligence level of the channel has drastically dropped off. So I am back, and probably to the dismay of most, because Shannon is a lot more interesting to listen to. But hey, you know what? I'm here and loving it, and I'll bring the energy.
That jazz. Curtis brings the jazz to
yes. I'm giving jazz hands for hours. I did musicals as a young man. I was in a lot of musicals.
How about that?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah, my wife was a professional musical theater actress for about 8 years. She is a lot more talented than I am, which is absolute. I don't know how she spent 15 years with me. I really don't. But I am grateful. Happy anniversary, love. Love you.
All right, Curtis, we have moved on to game number 3 here. Joining us on our featured pairs. Looks like they're just moving one pair to the right each game here throughout the course of the day. So we'll get a couple opportunities to see everybody. Of course, you can watch every pair here at BowlTV.com, but you good folks know that already. But joining us now on 11 and 12, first time to take a look at Jennifer Russo, Hannah Brookins, Jody Wester, and Brianna Clemmer. And then moving one pair over on 13 and 14, Courtney Ermish, Fania Kobo, Sandra Kangora, Azarette Zetter, and Lisa Goodson. There's a nice shot from Lisa, striking the third. Couple players plus in front of us right now. Jody at +5, delivers her first strike at game 3. Fania at +6, and then Azarette had that nice string of strikes in game 2 at +18.
Yeah, it looked like a lot of bipolar bowling going on here. 267, 179 for Tina. Tara, 246, 179. Caitlin, Troyer, 225, 193. Kind of balanced out there. I'm going to make a prediction here, Aaron Smith. I like Alexis Nair to be in the top 4. I like Taylor Boltice to be in the top 4. I like Tina Williams to be in the top 4. And Azarette. I think there's your top 4 right there. There you go, Veronica. You got the receipts for me. That's my prediction.
Coming off the top rope there. I like it.
Come on. And I'll tell you why I say Alexis. She manages the pocket really well. And we've talked about this multiple times on the show. She's one of those rookies out here.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't let things get away from her. She's just always kind of there in the mix. She's always there. And I think her consistency is what is going to win the day for her. She's not going to shoot the 270s, but I just don't think she's going to shoot the buck 70s either. So if you can stay to that 190 to that 230 range, 180 to 230, I think you're going to have a lot of success. And I think you're going to be in position to be in that top 4. So that's why I say Alexis.
And to think about, in watching the first 2 events, she was a player who was fighting with the approaches throughout the course of
absolutely
both of those. So, it looked like she never got truly comfortable, but she still managed a way to finish, both events plus, and, was within shouting distance of the cut for the Bowl TV Classic. And that's, at not being comfortable. So, the shot making is going to be there. The spare shooting is going to be there. So,
and she looks a lot more comfortable.
Choice.
She looks a lot more comfortable today. It looks like she's having some better luck. And what was frustrating with her, and what she had said multiple occasions, is that it was schizophrenic. It was either she stuck really badly or she was over sliding. And how do you adjust for that? If you're just sticking a little bit, you put on a slicker shoe, a slicker sole, and you call it a day. High five, you're good to go. If you're sticking, if you're sliding too much, maybe put more traction on your heel. And you know what? You're good to go. But if you're randomly having both, it's got to be beyond infuriating. Nice shot there by Courtney. Needs to have a little bit of a bounce back here. But a nice three-bagger there early, 279 possible for her. As we see Brianna Klimmer, the leader for the Rookie of the Year race. Although, has Stephanie Zavala caught up at this point?
I'm going to say, just knowing that Zavala is going to have the Bowl TV Classic, she finished third place. It was close enough to where I would feel confident in saying that Stephanie is going to be the new leader in the Rookie of the Year race after this week has concluded. But Brianna's still going to be in the mix. There's still still a lot of bowling left to do, and another Classic Series event coming up in Reno in October. So certainly not decided by any stretch, but Zavala will have the upper hand when we get those stats up next week.
Hard to bet against her, even though I did. You remember, I'm going to reiterate earlier in the week and double down on my stance that Brianna Klimmer will be the Rookie of the Year. It seems like an insane prediction, but you know what? I like sticking to my guns, even though Stephanie Zavala, maybe I just don't think of Stephanie Zavala as a rookie. That's it. I'm going to go, that's a cop-out. She's not a rookie in my mind.
Taking a look at the scores overall. Tina Williams, as you mentioned, back and forth there, 267 to 179, but still leading the way, plus 46. Kara Mangiola, plus 25. Caitlin Schroyer, plus 18, as is Ezra Etzetter, so they're tied for third and fourth. So that's the current cut number, plus 18. Jennifer Couples, plus 16. Taylor Baltice, plus 16 as well. Alexis Nair, plus 11. Fania Kobo, plus 6. Sandy Charles, plus 5. Jody Wessner, plus 5. So 10 players averaging 200 or better through 2. Taylor Bailey, minus 3. Stephanie Schwartz, minus 15. Katie Jensen, minus 17. Nicolette Gaudet, minus 19. And then Shalyn Zulkifli, minus 23, your top 15 here so far.
You know what? I'm going to call myself out here. And Fran called me out in the chat. And I agree with her. You know, Fran, I'm going to apologize here. I should be more attentive to that. And you're absolutely right. So I guarantee you I won't use those terms anymore. As a person who definitely personally understands those issues on a very personal level. Yeah, absolutely. I will 100% be more sensitive to that. And always glad to have you here in the chat. We appreciate you.
For those of you taking a look at the standings online, James has a good question about the $200 next to the names, and that's essentially just going to be the cashing spots outside of the top 4. So 11 players are going to cash today, and those who missed the stepladder finals but finish in the top 11 will get $200 for their placement in the field. So that's the cash line, top 11. So that 200 is probably going to stay up there from game to game, but the players' spot in the standings, however, will more than likely jump back and forth quite a bit, and that's a good thing right now for the players who are a little bit farther back. We mentioned only 10 players averaging 200 or better so far, but with 6 games left to go and the scoring pace being a little bit slower, there's still a lot of opportunity for players here to put together a big game, get right in the mix.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it, and there's only you're one game away from being in the top 4. You're absolutely just one game away. Heck, you're one good game away from potentially being in first. You know, you look at Zulkifli right now, 377. And that means she's only 69 pins out of first place. I mean, you
Yep.
fire off a big game, which she is more than capable of doing, and bam, you're right there. So you still got to, you know, even if you got off to a slow start, like a bowler like here, Brianna Klimmer, we're looking at here on lanes 11 and 12. You'll see her coming up here in a moment after Hannah Brookins bowls, one of the bowlers that was able to make it out of the PTQ into our main field for the event, bowling here again. But absolutely, you know, if you bowl a couple of bad first ones, you got to understand, hey, wait a minute, I can't let this ruin my day. Let's keep them going, and I can put together a big game. And Fran, I would be amiss if I did not personally thank you as well for all the work that you put in for that top 20 season project. For you, those of you who don't know, Fran helped us tirelessly. Many phone calls, sharing stories and context and inside information about each season, and having that continuity of knowledge was beyond invaluable, and honestly at times was the deciding factor when we were looking at one season or another, because she was able to put into context some of the unseen factors, or maybe provide knowledge that we did not necessarily have access to. So Fran, you were absolutely an integral part of that, and you made that project wonderful. If you guys have not seen it, if you have not checked out the PWBA top 20 seasons, they are posted on the PWBA website, and you can see a descriptor for each season. You can, you know what I would love is a little bit of debate, Aaron Smith. I want a little controversy.
Oh,
So I challenge people to go take a look at those seasons and see them, you know, and, you know, when you have a chance, watch the videos, but don't leave Bowl TV too long. But I want some controversy. I want some arguing. Well, you know what? Let me rephrase that. I want some friendly debate as to if we got it right or not. Because that's what sports, you know, that's what sports talk is all about. It's about, you know, agreeing or disagreeing with arbitrary, you know, some arbitrary stats or things like that. Let's have some fun conversation with it. So check out the top 20 list on the PWBA website. Come right back and tell me if you agree with those, if you change the order of one, if you left a season out that you would include. Do you agree with the top spot? Do you agree with the 20 spot? So would love that. Aaron Smith just left the link there for you in the chat. Thank you, Aaron. You're on top of things.
no problem.
And have a little bit of a bowling conversation today as we watch these wonderful regional players perform here. Brianna Klimmer putting together a strong game, and we're talking about, you know, if she can cap this one off, she will go from, you know, 18th, 19th, or 20th place, whatever position she is. Let me take a look and see. Live scoring is available, folks. Let's see. Brianna Klimmer, 18th place. That's what I thought. At 370, 30 under. So picking up 79 pins is definitely going to pick up some pins on the field. Here she comes. She's going to come right out again, right after Hannah here. Lane 12. Looking to continue and get 4 in a row here, trying to set her sights on 269. I don't believe there are any side blocks.
hits the hit in the ninth.
Yeah, she does, and it looks good. Of course, Brianna just wants to kind of get them broken down a little bit so she can make that big move left. And as she so affectionately put it earlier, yam on it. She wants to move left and yam on it because she can do it as well as anybody in this particular field. You look across the house, you maybe have a Maria Volanova, Brianna, and then the list starts to get shorter and shorter as far as the people who have the rev rates. Some are Jasmine because of her ball roll, can probably get in there and get aggressive with it. But other than that, you got a lot of people who are going to keep the angles in front of them, whereas Brianna can get right to left to right with it and have the power to get it back. Aaron, I did have an opportunity to talk with a couple of the players in the top 24 field who are going to be bowling for extended play. Had their practice session this morning on that pattern. And it surprised me what they said. They said there was a lot of hook and a lot of play right. And Jordan said that it wasn't necessarily, that it didn't really play flat. But the concern she had was that later on in the block, you were going to run out of room to the left. And so there was going to be a lot of early hook and nowhere to go. All revved up with no place to go, as Meatloaf would put it in one of my favorite albums of all time. And so that was going to be the big issue there for some of those players.
The pattern is available on PWBA.com if you want to check it out, since they have practiced on the condition. As Clemmer gets up, looking to get into the 260s here, needs push. 250, still all right. She'll get to the right side of plus. But from Nick Hoagland, 41 feet in length, 37-foot drop brush, 26.55 mils. And here's going to be this is going to be kind of the fun thing for these players. They're going to have curve oil out there now, so this is going to be a third different type of oil from Kegel across 3 different events. So that was one of the big things for Nick coming in here this week, and kind of what he mentioned was just the variety of different types of oil. He mentioned that the PWBA Tour players haven't seen curve oil in several years. It is a hooking type oil, so you look at the volume, 26.5 is more on the medium to high side, but it's not going to play as slick. And looking at the ratios, a little asymmetry to this pattern, but just from the ratio aspect, less than 2 to 1 on both sides, 1.89 to 1 and 1.96 to 1 on the left and right sides respectively. So we had the slick oil a little bit earlier in the week with Current at the Go Bowling Classic, and now we got the hooking oil. So maybe not so many 2-8-10 combos in the early going, but it'll
Probably
be interesting.
More big fours. Probably more big fours, but Courtney gets another strike there. She's going to look to get a 239. Solid game, but Sandra Gangora looking to put things together here for a 248. That's going to be a strong score and could get her on the right side of 0. Vanita Kovo. Plus 6, right?
Yep. She's been tossing some strikes these past 2 games. Brookins gets the 4-pin out of there, so she's going to be in the 190s. Jody Wessner, already in the 240s. Still has 259 out there.
Not a bad shot there. No, wrap 10. Saw the 6 just wrap around the top of that 10 pin, leaving it hanging there. But again, she'll take 248.
Good question from Larry in the chat, wanting to find out a little bit more about the ITRC. First he asks, which is a very good question, is the ITRC only 14 lanes? And from looking at it, that's what it would appear. But however, that wall that we see to the far right of our screen where some of the champion banners are hanging, that wall will actually retract, as miscue there from Gongora on the 10 pin. And on the other side, there are 6 additional lanes used specifically for the equipment specs team for research and development. So that's where Earl, our enhanced automated robotic launcher, is hanging out at as well. And so that side usually kept off limits for the most part, since they are working on a lot of cool things back there.
Top secret. Didn't we rename Earl in honor of this week? Earl is Lisa.
That is true. Lisa was
I strike always.
Mm-hmm. Yes. There was another good one in there, but I don't recall what that was. But and then to follow up that, Larry also asked, are you able to essentially come out here and practice, or is it contingent on getting a lesson or anything like that? And it is open to come in, and it works a little bit differently than you say. Your normal house usually, you'll say, hey, I want to bowl 3 games or 2 games. Usually it goes by the hour. So if you want to bowl, 1 hour, 2 hours, but you can have the opportunity to kind of pick your oil pattern, or usually, each pair has a different length of oil pattern on it. So, if you want to go in and work on, a short condition, you have that opportunity. Or if you want to see what's like bowling on a longer oil pattern, those will be out there. If you call ahead, you can probably request a specific pattern. If, you're thinking about bowling a regional in a couple of weeks and you want to find out about that Mike Albee 38-foot condition, you have that chance. And so you can come in. The lessons are certainly a part of it as well. You can set up a lesson with Lou Marquez, who works in the pro shop there as the USBC Gold coach. Get to use all the cool tools that are available. Things like Specto and much more. Specto, I believe, available now on the first 12 lanes. Maybe all 14 here on this side. But be sure to check out bowlingitrc.com for more information on that. And to schedule a lesson, you can do that, or a time to come in if you're in the DFW area. As a note, they are not open every day, so there are specific days of the week. Usually Wednesday through Saturday, I believe, is the usual days for the ITRC. So be sure to keep that in mind as well. But certainly, you can anybody can come on over and train their game at the home of Team USA.
Absolutely. Hey, Jay. Yes, I will be in Cali. And from what I understand, I believe you're flying in as well.
So you get to see Jay and I don't. I see how it is.
Yeah, no, you should absolutely be jealous.
I am.
He keeps things lively for us on site when he's there. Ronert Park, is going to be the home of the U.S. Open this year. That's going to be a brutally entertaining tournament, and as it should be, because you don't want to make crowning a U.S. Open champion easy. They want to know that they earned it. There's a 226 there. Nice game. As they're at looking to build on her game. 236 possible for her. And she comes in a little heavy on the head pin there.
And I believe going back to the U.S. Open and double-decker lanes, JT had mentioned that they're installing new lanes like right now as we speak for that. So literally a fresh playing surface on top of what I'm going to imagine are going to be 4 incredibly difficult patterns because, as you mentioned, it's a U.S. Open. So kind of those factors are potentially going to make for a long week for our PWBA competitors. But at the end, it'll be worth it if you're able to get cozy in that green jacket at the end of the week.
Yeah, I can hear a certain lane oil pattern designer laugh maniacally right now. Who shall not be named.
I feel at some point I think Nick should take this like full wrestling heel stance to this.
Oh, 100%. Thank you, Aaron. Just like absolutely.
Just embrace it.
Like Ted DiBiase coming in and just is that too dated of a wrestling reference there?
I mean, it hits my prime window of watching. So
yeah, my age is showing. No, absolutely though. Just embrace it. Just absolutely embrace it. I embrace my stupidity. He should embrace his villain nature.
Which leads to a question. I'm going to take over Curtis's question throwing ability here.
Ooh.
And this is where my potential lack of knowledge that I'm trying to get better at of the multiverses and DC versus Marvel and all this. But for Nick Hoagland, if he was, if we were going to kind of cartoon him as a villain,
ooh,
what would be the appropriate?
What Marvel villain or DC villain?
What villain is equivalent to that? To his schemes with these oil patterns to make the best players in the world scratch their head. What is the equivalent of that?
I got one.
You got one? All right.
It's got to be Lex Luthor. Mad genius, trying to throw the kryptonite out there for all these players. Taking magic bullets and bringing down the best in the world. Bringing them to their knees with his kryptonite lane machine. So I'm going with Lex Luthor. So we need to encourage him to shave his head. Can we get Nick Hoagland to shave his head? Fran says the Joker. Because, I can get behind that too. The Joker loves pure chaos. He's not necessarily like a pure evil. He is a harbinger of chaos. And I can see that aligning with Nick Hoagland. Jay, I'm ready. We're gonna throw out our best Brussels sprouts recipe and see who lands on the better side here. I have a feeling you are going to smoke me, which is a double entendre there for cooking. So I would cherish an opportunity to learn from you.
As much as we do kid with Nick here, we should preface all this with saying he is one of the sweetest individuals you will ever meet.
Oh, and
a fantastic person, a fantastic ambassador for the sport of bowling. But he is the one responsible for these oil patterns out here.
And it always goes to be said, there's only one person that likes the lane man at the end of each week. So you are destined to be hated.
Nick, we love you, buddy.
That, you know, Shannon O'Keefe said that Bowl TV is a thankless job at times, which I don't know if I agree, but hot take there. The lane man, that is a thankless job because you got to do it. You have to have it, and it's a long and lonely road. You know what movie I did watch though last night? We're talking about villains. I watched the new Suicide Squad, and it was fantastic. One of the best DC, I would say, probably the second best DC movie I've watched, next to the original Wonder Woman, which was just a fantastic movie, top to bottom. James Gunn did an absolutely wonderful job. It is hilarious. It is emotional. It's intriguing, action-packed. Not for the kiddos, but fantastic movie. I will let this debate rage on, because I'm going to go try to get some more information from these folks, and see where this madhouse is heading as we get as we approach the halfway. We're approaching the halfway point here, Aaron Smith, already.
Game 4 coming up next here on Bowl TV, and let's take a look across the house on live scoring. Looks like we're getting pretty close to being wrapped up all over, so we should have. Let's see who's going to be on 9 and 10, heading over to 11 and 12 this game. Sandy Charles, Jennifer Couples, Brianna, Andrew, Nicolette Gaudet, and Stephanie Schwartz. And then Jennifer, Hannah, Brianna, and Jody sticking around on 13 and 14. But it looked like scoring pace kind of picked up here in Game 3. Just taking a quick glance, Tanya Lopez, 246 to get to plus 19. Caitlin Schroyer, another nice game, 226. She's now at plus 44. Katie Jensen, another nice game, 233. She's up to plus 16 now. Tina Williams bouncing back after some struggles in Game 2. She's going to be in the 230s with a spare. Can get to plus 82. We saw Fania Kobo. We saw a lot of nice games on 13 and 14 last time up. Courtney Ermish, 225. Fania Kobo, 226. Kobo now plus 32. Azeret Setter at plus 31. Taylor Bailey can get to 226. That would put her at plus 23. We see Clemmer kick things off with a strike at plus 28. Jody Wessner plus 53. So Tina Williams still going to be at the top of the leaderboard here. But we're having a couple players make a move in Game 3. All right, we're rocking and rolling on 11 and 12. There's Sandy Charles. And spend some time in the Bowl TV chat this week, and now get to see her out here competing at the ITRC at the DFW Regional. The lineup across the house. Once again, players just moving one pair to the right each game. So now on 1 and 2, Courtney Ermish, Fania Kobo, Azeret Zetter, Sandra Gongora, and Lisa Goodson. Over on 3 and 4, Shalyn Zolkiefli, Taylor Boltice, Elise Bolton, and Jennifer Hokersack. On 5 and 6, Brandy Stevens, Summer Jasmine, Kayla Crawford, Tina Williams, and Taylor Bailey. Tina leading the way right now, plus 82. On 7 and 8, Tanya Lopez, Caitlin Schroyer, Suzette Draper, Kayla Pashina, and Katie Jensen. On 9 and 10, Alexis Nair, Kara Mangiola, Ria Bolanova, Tremea Washington, and Jeannie Franklin. Bolanova with a nice 244 last game to get to plus 1. Then our first look today here on 11 and 12, Sandy Charles, Stephanie Schwartz, Jennifer Couples, Nicolette Gaudet, and Brianna Andrew.
Aaron, I love delivering. I love providing entertainment for these bowling fans. And I have an individual who's having an okay year. Already has 2 titles, finished 3rd last night, and is looking to continue some amazing bowling going into the top 24. The bowler with the voodoo roll, Stephanie Zavala.
All right, looks like we're all set here. So let's welcome in Stephanie Zavala to Bowl TV. Stephanie, how are you doing?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Doing well. We're excited to have you join us here. An excellent performance last night on the way to a 3rd place finish at the IBC Classic, and heading into the Bowl TV Classic on Monday and Tuesday. So first and foremost, what did you think of the pattern that you're going to have to face on Monday and Tuesday?
For me personally, it played a little tricky on the fresh. I was having trouble, getting my angles a little tighter, but once I settled in and got my legs underneath me, it played pretty fair. I think there'll be some really mid to high scores.
All right, that pattern is available for folks to check out once again on PWBA.com. I'm curious, who you watching out here today as far as kind of sticking around the ITRC? You got anybody you're rooting for who's joining you out here today?
Yeah, I have some friends out here. I have my guess on what top 4 will be. I'm not sure how right I am, but I think
let's go.
Summer will for sure make the show. I had money on Stephanie Schwartz and Taylor Bailey and Sandra Gongora making the top 4.
All right, that would make one heck of a broadcast right there. So we wouldn't mind seeing that top 4.
Yeah, and Brianna Clemmer's off to a hot start. I know she's almost up to 30 over.
Yep, we're watching her right now as well. Plus 28. Had a nice 250 effort in game number 3 to start moving, and off to a good start here. Stephanie, something pretty cool has been hitting mailboxes in the past couple of days. You got to be on the cover of Bowler's Journal magazine, which is an unbelievable honor in this sport, and to be able to do that in your rookie year, pretty cool. They kind of break down your game and kind of your background in the article. What was kind of the reaction for you, kind of getting to see all that come together?
It's been almost like surreal. Some of my friends have been sending me pictures of the magazine cover, and I personally have not received it yet. And like my inboxes are getting spammed with like, "Hey, you're on the cover, And I'm like, that's just unreal to me. Like, is this real life? I mean, it's super cool.
It is very awesome. We might be able to make that happen. We could probably get. I think we have a few of them around here, so we'll have to see if we can hook that up for you in the next couple of days. We'll have to find a Bowler's Journal here, so we can make that happen. I actually showed one of them on the broadcast a couple of days ago, so we have one in the building. So
awesome! Someone came up to me and said it was a good article, but I haven't been able to read it yet. So now I'm really interested.
But of course, folks, you can check that out and pick up a subscription to Bowler's Journal at bowlersjournal.com. Stephanie, we talked a little bit just kind of about the experience so far this season for you yesterday after the matchup there. Looking ahead for the rest of the way out, kind of what's your optimism going into the U.S. Women's Open? Have you had an opportunity to compete at that event in the past, or is this going to be your first time kind of combating the U.S. Open stage?
Yeah, it's going to be my first time bowling the U.S. Open. I know that's a marathon all on its own, so I'm really just trying to take care of this weekend, move on to Spokane, and then start really thinking about the Open.
Definitely a good strategy. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourself, so I can appreciate that. 24 games of match play coming up in the next 2 days, and with all the bowling that we've already done so far here, you're hanging out, you're watching today. But what's going to be the best way for you to kind of take that little refresh to get ready for everything coming up in the next 2 days?
Yeah, I'm really taking today to do a really big mind reset, body reset. I woke up today feeling really sluggish. My legs are sore. We've been on our feet for some pretty long hours, so it's really just a matter of, get a good meal, get to bed at a decent hour, stretch the legs out a little bit, and wake up in the morning ready to go.
All right, folks, once again, we're talking to Stephanie Zavala, two-time champion on the PWBA Tour this season and front runner at the moment for PWBA Rookie of the Year. Now, Stephanie, we talked a little bit about, urethane being a big part of your run at the IBC Classic. And we saw a few players using urethane here in the early going as well at the DFW Regional. As far as kind of lane play so far today, what have you been seeing out there? And, you made some predictions as well. But just kind of, what's your thoughts, impressions of the oil pattern that these competitors are out there facing right now?
It looks really tricky. I mean, from what I'm seeing across the lane, there's not too many girls playing them, the same way. So pair to pair, I know right here there was a lot of urethane going down on 13 and 14, and that's making them play a lot harder than the wall already plays. So I think if you could keep your angles tight and your speed up, that you're going to do a lot more on this pattern.
And while we're on the subject, because seeing you throw that honey badger urethane was the first time I got to kind of see that one roll down the lane, and I'm not gonna lie, you made it look really good. So tell us just a little bit more about that ball, why you like it, and why that you feel that's an important bowling ball to have kind of in the bag moving forward, especially on some of these tricky shorter patterns.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm being honest, that was the first time where I threw predominantly urethane. It's not normally something that I'm fully confident and comfortable with, but sometimes that's what the lane calls for. It was drilled with the pin on my pap, and it's a ASIM urethane, and it really just took out the outside variables, of swinging it like all the other girls are doing. For me personally, that just wasn't in the cards for me. And so with that urethane, I was really able to just blend out the fronts, and it allowed me to play straight into the pocket.
Had another nice shot there by Brianna Clemmer. She started off with 4 out of the first 5 here on lane 13 and 14. We do Have a quick score update as well. Tina Williams continues to lead at plus 82. Jody Wessner plus 53. Caitlin Schroyer plus 44. Kara Mangiola and Fania Kobo tied for fourth at plus 32. So that is the, once again, top four for this event. Azeret Setter plus 31. Brianna Clemmer plus 28. Tanya Lopez plus 19. Katie Jensen plus 16. And Taylor Bailey rounds out the top 10 at plus 3. Now, Stephanie, this was your first opportunity to compete at a Classic series. You didn't compete at the Kickoff Classic in January. You got your card a little bit after that. Kind of came out for the tour for that first stop in Minnesota, I believe. Twin Cities Open, kind of rolled from there, winning in just your third event at the Greater Cleveland Open. Talk a little bit just about kind of the roller coaster of 2021 for you in trying to get ready for this. I know you're putting a lot of work and time and effort into getting ready to come out on tour, but just kind of talk us through kind of your experience through 2021 in general, kind of going through those different parts of the year, getting ready for what's now been a big part of the tour and a lot of success as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've hit just about every emotion possible being out here on tour. I've missed cuts, I've won, I've gotten mentally fried, I've been happy. Just the whole thing, you really have to take it one day at a time. I think that's the biggest thing that I'm kind of learning as I'm going along. That break after Kentucky, it came at a really great time. If I'm being honest, I was mentally and physically exhausted, but I took that time, I hit that reset button, went back to practice after a few days off, and that's when things kind of started clicking for me again, because I struggled in the back two events. And so just kind of taking that mental reset and working out the kinks of my game, and now I feel really good heading into the back half of the season.
I think that's a very good point to mention, and looking at kind of the way the tour is built, and those events outside like the Queens and these Classic series are that it's just a couple days of bowling, but it's a constant back and forth. You get to town, you got to get comfortable, you got to get familiar with the area, you get practice, you get into the event, all of a sudden you're back on a plane, you're heading back, you got a couple days, and then you're doing it all over again. That's got to be I'm sure that's something that took was a big learning curve as well, just getting used to the ebb and flow of kind of the tour schedule in that long stretch.
Yeah, absolutely. And I joke about the time zone being a big problem for me, because I lose hours flying west to east. So I'm traveling a day earlier than most of these girls are, just to make sure I make it to the practice session on time. And so by the time I get my body on, wherever time zone that I'm at, and then have to go back home for a day and a half, 2 days, and do it all over again.
So what you're saying is you're looking forward to stopping the Pacific Northwest and California coming up.
I have a Thursday morning flight for the first time this season, so I'm ready for that one.
That's what we like to hear. There we go. All right, Stephanie, I want to thank you for joining us here on Bowl TV for a couple minutes. I know you're out there watching, cheering on a few folks, so we'll let you get back to that. But thank you for spending some time chatting some bowling and talking about your experiences so far on tour this year. We definitely wish you the best of luck in the Bowl TV Classic and the rest of the way out. And we look forward to seeing you back on the lanes at the ITRC tomorrow.
Appreciate it. Thanks for having me.
All right. Thanks, Stephanie. All right, folks, Stephanie Zavala joining us here on Bowl TV from the PWBA Dallas-Fort Worth Regional. Another great guest lined up by Curtis Von Kruger, taking in the action, getting ready for the Bowl TV Classic. This is the halfway point. Just about halfway done with this 8-game qualifying block, and taking a look. See some strikes in the early going over on 1 and 2. Fania Kobo, Courtney Ermish off to strong starts. Katie Jensen has really settled in nicely after a bit of a rough opening game. She's got 4 out of 5. Tanya Lopez, 4 out of 5 as well over on 7 and 8. Taylor Bailey with a double in the early going. On 9 and 10, Kara Mangiola has the front 5. And here on our featured pair, Sandy Charles doing the same. Front 5 out of the gates. Looking to make her move here in game 4. We mentioned the Bowl TV Classic, looking ahead to competition on Monday and Tuesday. The full schedule available at PWBA.com. And if you're looking ahead to it, the first 8-game match play round is going to be at 11 a.m. Eastern time, 10 local time, here in the Metroplex. So 8 games, round-robin match play. And then the competitors will be back on the lanes at 6:30 p.m. Eastern, 5:30 local time for that second round. So 16 games of the Bowl TV Classic will be rolled tomorrow. And then all competitors will come back on Tuesday, starting at 1 p.m. Eastern, noon local time. So a little bit later start time on Tuesday. The third and final match play round. Final 8 games, and then 24 game pinfall totals and bonus pins. 30 for a win, 15 for a tie. We'll determine the top 5 for the stepladder finals, which will take place Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 local time, to determine our third national tour titleist of the Summer Classic Series.
Aaron Smith, do you realize that because math, Verity Crawley, you made all 3 cuts for this week and 2 stepladders so far, will be upwards of 70 games bowled at the ITRC during this Summer Classic Series. So talk about getting your money's worth, right?
I would say so. And the funny thing is, when we talked to her a day or two ago, she's like, "That's what I want to do. I want to bowl more games than anybody else," and she has accomplished that. And that, yeah, that's let's see, 22 at the first 2 events, not including practice and warm up and all that good stuff. And so that's 44, another 24, and she's hoping for probably 1 or 2 more after that. So.
Yeah, you can't bet against her on making another stepladder.
Had she not won this year, right, she'd probably be out there bowling the regional.
That could have been
minus of course the classic series
qualifying.
So
that's
subtract
correct. Yeah.
that poor speak before you think situation. But either way, if she could, she would basically, and she'd go out there. She's probably practicing somewhere in the DFW area right now. I would not put that past her.
It's okay, Matt. My mouth is faster than my brain like 98% of the time. So, you know what? Pew pew. We got to shoot from the hip.
If there's a local event or sweeper, a 10 game or something, no doubt her and Daria and Diana, they're probably there.
Hustling some people.
The DFW area is certainly a great asset for that as well. A lot of great centers across the area. You mentioned Diana. You always see her practicing from City View lanes, which is also where Carolyn Dorn Ballard, along with Dell, have one of their pro shops in the area. So and they kind of got a little training facility almost out there in DFW, on top of what we have here at the ITRC. Got to give a big shout out to Forum Lanes, just down the road here, and in Grand Prairie as well. Historic site for some PBA moments over the years, and a place where I leave minimal amounts of 4-5s now. So I'm a big fan of it as well. But all good things to consider. But a lot of bowling always in Texas in general, but the DFW area is hopping each and every weekend. Plano Super Bowl, yeah, Larry dropping that one in there as well. Usually see Stephanie Johnson over there practicing, part of the DFW contingent as well. Past center, we've had a couple PWBA Tour events at.
Brianna Klimmer trying to put together a decent game here. 10 pin's going to get a little bit in her way, but 220 still out there for her, 225. Which would that would be a couple of she jumped up into 7th place. Like we said, you just pop off a game or two, and she's only 4 pins out of the cut now. So 225, you got to think she's at the least treading water, and potentially, depending on what you see, Jody obviously not going to be giving up pins to her. She's on the same pair, sitting in 2nd place. That big one still out there for Jody, 268. So, but depending on what Caitlin and Kara are doing, let's you know what? I'm going to check out the live scoring of Aaron Smith.
I like it.
At pwba.com, live scoring right there for you. We can get granular. We can get down to the nitty gritty and be specific. Figure out how these bowlers are bowling right now. Caitlin Schroyer can strike out for 196. So that means the potential for Brianna to pick up some pins here. Fania Kobo putting together a strong game, however. 268 possible for Fania. It's having a nice game so far.
She's been bowling well today.
Asseret is, although it says she just put one in the channel on a double, I don't know if that's true or not, because we have seen once or twice where the phantom gutter ball has popped up. And so let's take a look at Kara Mandiola, also putting together a big game, 279 possible for Kara. So, remember how I had said that you're probably not going to lose pins? Well, there's a case of, me just, my mouth faster than my brain. Although Tina Williams needs some help to pull out a 2-0 game. She can strike out for it. She's at 85 in the 5th. So some potential there for Brianna to gain some pins on her as we see her step up in the 10th frame. She's going to want to really put these next 3 into the pocket if she can.
Another player to look out for making a move here is Tanya Lopez, who got to plus 19 after 246 last game. She has 279, now 258 available through 8 frames.
Yeah, they did. Go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, no. You go ahead first, because I'm going to take it on a different tangent. So,
it does seem like scoring pace is opening up a little bit here. It seems that some players have figured some things out, made some moves inside, opened up the lanes a touch, and are finding some success here. Here in the closing games of this qualifying round. We're coming up halfway point, so it's definitely, you got a little bit of time left, but the clock is ticking, or the clock is kicking, if you will.
But we're going to see Jody come up here in a moment, and I feel Matt Canzaro is going to smile here for this one, but there was a photo taken during the stepladder finals of Jen Higgins with this look on her face after she had delivered a shot, and Matt, as he posted that on social media, said she was mean mugging the pins with this photo. It's a great photo. Shout out to Hannah, our photographer, and Jody, being from Ohio, being a big fan, and of Jen, posted that as her temporary profile picture for a moment. So that was a top-notch move by Jody. I absolutely loved it. And now Jody putting together a real nice performance today, plus 53, and looking to mean mug the pins herself here.
But I mean, when you look at Jen Higgins, you don't necessarily see the most threatening person in the world, right? And then you talk to her and you realize, just the whole Higgins family is super nice. And but man, after seeing that photo and that face, I will never even think of messing with Jen Higgins in any way. But man, that was fierce, and so was her performance. 757 for 3 games in the step ladder for. I mean, she's been around for a long minute, right? With Team USA and Junior Team USA 2 decades ago. How about that? Let that sink in. Jen Higgins was around doing cool things 20 years ago almost. And then found success at the Queens and the U.S. Women's Open, and she's just always been there. And now making a run in 2016 for Rookie of the Year, and now finally got it done. And that face, no wonder the pins are scared.
I like it, Maddie.
And Jody Western no slouch herself either, by the way.
Oh, 100%, yeah.
We've taken a photo or two of her in her day, and seen her knock down, I don't know, about 2,330 pins of her own one time.
All in one event or one tournament. Yeah.
That's a very specific number there, Matt.
It is. And Aaron's going to tell you all about it because it's very significant in the history of our sport.
Let me tell you about the time I met Jody Westner. 2010, El Paso, Texas. El Paso Convention Center, USBC Women's Championships. Jody in a absolutely jam-packed squad of big scores and big names and lead changes in her team event. Quietly shot, I'm going to bring it up so I have the specific numbers, but quietly shot about 750, which, nice little number in her team event, Women's Championships, throwing some nice scores. And she comes back the next day, and all of a sudden she starts striking, and she starts striking some more, and she just won't stop striking. Goes ahead, shoots 816 in doubles. Once again, this is a national event. It's tough to shoot big scores at national events like this. And then to wrap things up, she shoots 750 in singles, her low set of the tournament, for a record-setting 2330 all events total.
When that's your low series, you got to be feeling pretty good. And
I actually shortchanged her a couple pins there. Now that I got it up, it was 764 to be specific in a team event. But here's the best part about looking at this, and I'm sure it was great for her brackets as well that week. Her final game in each event: in team event 279, in doubles 289, in singles 279. So finishing off each block to that record performance was something amazing to see come through.
Well, another important lesson here too, though, is that if you want to meet Aaron Smith, the voice and the heartbeat here behind Bolt TV, if you want to meet Aaron, just come to a USBC event and get the front 9 or so, make your run to the lead, and that's your guaranteed way. And I tell people this at the Open Championships all the time too. They ask you if you're around, hey, what are you doing? Or are you going to be around? I say, hey, there's a lot happening, especially this year. We had 2 venues going at once, but if you want my attention, or you want to guarantee that I'm going to swing by the lanes, if it's not on the way to the restroom, then get the front 9, and I'll be there. It's like the bat signal, the Matt signal.
Nice.
Hang in there, folks, and we will have a giveaway coming up a little bit later. Opportunity to win some swag, some Bolt TV gear, probably.
Wait a minute, we've been giving away knowledge.
That is true.
In the history of bowling, we've been giving away so much. It's so much more valuable than a T-shirt that will
Hey, no, whoa,
be,
whoa,
be
whoa.
well worn and washed and eventually be no longer. But the information that you are learning, and not that there's not valuable information in the chat as well, as I'm seeing some pretty important names in there in the history of our sport. You got both sides of it here. So that is the true prize for today, and it is complimentary with your Bull TV subscription.
So
For
so
all subscribers.
we just saw 5710 there, unfortunately, by Brianna Andrew on lane 11 and 12. My question for the chat: we have two names for that particular leave, right? Two names. The Lily and the Sour Apple. Which one do you prefer to call it? I'm on the Lily train, which is what I have always called it. But when you leave it, you pucker up and you give that sour apple face. So, Aaron Smith, aside from leaving the 4-5, when you leave the 5-7-10, what do you call it?
I'm going to take a completely different direction because, yes, I have left a 5-7-10. I believe in it. Going back to El Paso, a couple of years later, there's a photo on my Facebook page somewhere with me holding up a bowling ball from one of our great industry partners here, which unfortunately I made look bad with the 5-7-10 in the background and a young child on the poster laughing at me, which is a great photo in its own right. But we actually call it something different in Northwest Indiana. So I don't have a preference to either. But when back in the day, when we were back home, we call that the full Murray.
The full Murray.
Full Murray. But so I that's my in the way to get to my heart is the full Murray. Otherwise, Lily, 5-7-10, sour apple all kind of work the same for me. So I don't have a preference there. But back home, it's 100% full Murray. So
The other day, I took my daughter bowling for the very first time. And I left something. I left the Lily or the sour apple, or the full Murray, whatever you want to call it. I did it with 2 pins because I hit the pocket and slapped the 5 pin to the right, and it slid into the 10 pin position. And I have video of this, Aaron Smith.
I think I saw it.
I have video evidence, and I'll post it to my Facebook page. Search Curtis. Oh, actually, you know what? Yeah, I'll post it to my Facebook page. Check it out. It is quite hilarious. Again, making one of our industry partner equipment look real bad. But that's why we're behind the microphone and not in front of the lanes.
Guys, I did ask Dale Ballard to help coach me one time when I arrived in Texas and moved to my new house and my new neighborhood, and I was getting ready for some regional competition, and unfortunately that was the first shot he saw me throw, and it was the last. So he walked away laughing with a good story, but never did help me get any better. So that was it. That was the extent. I didn't have to pay for that lesson, but the value of that as well has lived on for 13 years now.
So what you're saying is Dell saw that and deemed you were uncoachable at that point?
Precisely. That was it. And he knew his time was better well spent anywhere else. And he's probably right.
Unredeemable Matt Cannizzaro on the lanes. I know the feeling.
Stephanie Schwartz into the 230s here, so she's going to make a nice push toward plus. Made the top 12 at the IBC Classic, making it out of the PTQ. 235 will get her to minus 13. Sandy Charles now going to B plus after 223, so she'll be moving to plus 7. Nicolette working on a double. She can get to 213. Still has some work to do, however. These final couple games to make a run at the number. Taking a glance at live scoring. Tanya Lopez, 233 to get to plus 52. Katie Jensen, 231 to get to plus 47. Making some moves here. Tina Williams, our leader, is going to give a couple pins back here. She can get to 179, which would put her to plus 61. Cara Mangiola, 237. She's at plus 69. Brianna Clemmer already wrapped up there, plus 42 after 214. Jody Wessner, 235 to get to plus 88. She might be the new clubhouse leader here, it's looking like. Fania Kobo up to plus 67 now after 235.
Let's go, Fania. Come on.
Bowling well today. So business picking up here. Looks like the top four at the moment are going to be Jody at 88 over, Cara Mangiola at 69 over, Kobo at 67, and it looks like Tanya Lopez is going to move into the top four here by a single pin over Tina Williams. Plus 52 looks to be the number, and then plus 51. And then Katie Jensen at plus 47. And then Clemmer at plus 42. That's what I got. Nice cover there by Brianna to get to 201. It's going to wrap up competition on 11 through 14 here in game 4. So Stephanie, Nicolette, Brianna, Jennifer, and Sandy will be moving over to 13 and 14. So we're going to see Alexis Nair, Cara Mangiola, Tremea Washington, Maria Bolanova, and Jeannie Franklin. Join us next on 11 and 12 as we get into Game 5 here at the PWBA Dallas-Fort Worth Regional. 8-game qualifier to determine the top 4 for tonight's stepladder finals taking place 9 p.m. Eastern Time, 8 local here on BowlTV.com. One regional champion so far this year, Jacqueline Evans, winning the regional that took place during the Kickoff Classic Series back in January here at the ITRC. Great finish to that one in a matchup against Jody Scherer. Coming down to the final frame, final shots. So upcoming later today. And then back into the national tour stops. The top 24 will be on the lanes for the Bowl TV Classic in hopes of taking down the final trophy of the Summer Classic Series. That step ladder once again Tuesday night, 9 p.m. Eastern, right here on Bull TV. Folks, we're going to take a quick break. So everybody sit back, relax. Game 5 going to get underway next here on Bull TV. All right, everybody, cruising along here. Game number 5 of 8 in our qualifying session for the PWBA Dallas-Fort Worth Regional. Score update through game number 4. Shout out to Veronica for already tossing that in the chat. Jody Wessner plus 88, Cara Mangiola plus 69, Fania Cobo plus 67, and Tanya Lopez plus 52. Tina Williams 1 pin back at plus 51. Katie Jensen 5 pins back at plus 47. Brianna Clemmer plus 42. Taylor Bailey plus 17. Sandy Charles plus 7. And Caitlin Schroyer running out the top 10 at plus 6. The cash line currently at -1. Alexis Nair, who we're watching this game. We got Kara as well. Mentioned her moving into second place overall. So scoring pace kind of picked up a little bit that game. across the house, 1 and 2, Jennifer Russo, Hannah Brookins, Brianna Clemmer, and Jody Wessner. 3 and 4, Courtney Ermish, Sandra Gongora, Lisa Goodson, Fania Kobo, and Azurette Zetter. On 5 and 6, Shalyn Zolkeefly looking to pick up steam here. She's got a 5-bagger after a spare in the first. Jennifer Hokersack and Taylor Baltice. 7 and 8, Brandy Stevens, Summer Jasmine, Kayla Crawford, Tina Williams, and Taylor Bailey. Taylor Bailey, front 4. Then on 9 and 10, Tanya Lopez, Katie Jensen, Caitlin Schroyer, Kayla Pashina, and Suzette Draper. Maria Bolanova going to be stepping up to our left here momentarily. Looking to go 5 for 5. Shot there by Jeannie for 3 in a row. Sandy trips the 4 for the double. Shot there by Tremea. She's got herself a double. Once again, the pattern here today, 39 feet in length, 26.2 mils. Using Kegel Navigate oil. Opportunity for Nair this game to get a couple more strikes, get right into the mix here. Stephanie Schwartz, 3 in a row.
May the Schwartz be with you. I'm sure she's probably heard that a trillion times.
I'm sure that one has been overplayed. However, we can never go wrong with the Spaceballs reference. So.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. You know, it's me like being called Freddie. Like it's destined to have. Hold on. Did you just see that sick messenger come in for Maria?
Oh yeah.
That you got to take pause for that. Only a few bowlers out here will get that kind of wrecking ball of a messenger there. That was awesome. Front 6, and that one's for the front 6. And she prized off a big game here going into these last few games. Then something special might happen for her.
She's right in the mix.
I mean, this is only game 5, so 5, 6, 7, 8. Got some time. You definitely see the scores starting to open up across the house. That second game played havoc on the field, but after they kind of grinded through that one, things have been on the upswing since that game. They're not opening up their angles as much as I expected. They're still keeping things pretty in front of them. And so that's a good thing for them, as they will have area to move as you start getting more into the burn later. But yeah, I wonder if this scoring pace is just going to continue to get fast and furious, or are we going to start to see a little bit of a slowdown when the next transition hits?
So Keithley can still get to 267 this game, and that would be a big swing for her. Currently at minus 54. Get her to plus. Once again, the number we're chasing for the top 4 at the moment is plus 52.
Maria's a lot of fun to watch.
Absolutely. We had Matt McNeil kind of break down her game a little bit earlier in the week here on Bold TV, joining us on site at the ITRC. And after we watched her put together a big game, came up just a little bit short of the IBC and the Bold TV Classic, top 12 and 24 respectively.
Look at her come out of that ball. Oh, that's a little. Come on.
Oh,
Trying to send another one flying across the deck here. Little lazy there. She'll look to convert this. 279 still possible for Maria.
but as we kind of mentioned, just seeing her compete collegiately for Vanderbilt over the course of her 4 years, plenty of accolades came from that. A national title for the Commodores in 2018, Player of the Year run as well, and a player who passes, and Curtis, we've seen this quite a bit. Just a player who passes the eye test of someone. You just see the ball roll, the way they compete, kind of all that says, all right, this player certainly has. Come on there. 10 for Jennifer. You just see her for the first time, and all of a sudden you instantly think,
oh yeah,
she's capable of being a tour champion.
Oh yes, absolutely. She definitely passes the eye test there, as you say. First time I got to see her bowl earlier this season, and you saw it, and you kind of take a double take. Just you see her let it go, and you're just like, oh, that's not bad. And I expect big things from her moving forward too. So, but it's just indicative of the level of talent that's getting out here now. It just keeps ramping up, and it seems like every year you say, well, she passes the eye test, she passes the eye test, and so it's getting congested with all these great players. And when it all comes down to it, they all can't win titles, though, Aaron.
No, it's, and you can ask anyone who's been fortunate enough to take home a victory, that it is not easy by any stretch of the imagination, the talent of these players. And, in one of the conversations, that was kind of brewing in the chat yesterday about, the physical game versus the mental game and which is more important. And, when you get to this level, the physical game is certainly players who are competing for stepladder finals and top 12s week in and week out, no shortage of physical skills, but the mental aspect and making those leaps in that area of it as well. And we talked about that with Shannon a little bit earlier today too. Just being mentally strong, that ends up being, some of the thing that pushes one player ahead of the next is just that mental toughness that they can develop over the years of finding ways to.
And that's what I was talking about. And you think about it from a mental to physical standpoint, you can only get so many pins in a game. And once you reach a certain level, it gets harder and harder and harder and harder to make physical improvements that will ultimately lead to improving your overall score. So what does it end up coming down to? Your ability to repeat shots, your ability to understand lane conditions, and your ability to adjust and move forward when things don't go as planned. And those are all mental aspects of the game. And there's a certain standard, you have to be able to throw a ball in a certain way to be competitive out here. And so that, like you said, that's a given. And so you see Shannon O'Keefe. She practices her physical game. She keeps things fine-tuned, but she's not making any drastic changes to what her physical game is. It is what it is. But what you do see her do is read books about mental toughness, study what other great athletes, even outside the realm of bowling, are doing to stay mentally tough, to stay in the moment in each event she bowls in. And it's something that is a tireless and never-ending battle. Kara's going to have to get a little mentally tough after that shot. That was a brutal 7-pin. The best in the world understand what they can control, and they capitalize on that. So you heard Daria talk about that yesterday when we had her up in the Bowl TV studio. And great commentary there by Daria. Loved what she had to say. But one thing she talked about was how important it was for her to understand the things that she can control. And that is an aspect of mental toughness. So it is the absolute foundation of being successful out on the Pro Tour. And Walter Ray always talked about it, 90% mental, 10% physical. And it will continue to be that way.
Some scores starting to roll in here for Game 5. Zulkifli finished with 235, so she gets to minus 19, but is going to have some work to do in these final three to make a run here. Jody Wessner, our tournament leader, can max out at 216. Brianna Clemmer can get to 226 this game. That would get her to plus 68.
Brianna's been making a run here. 250, 210, 220 if she goes out here after a couple of 180s. But she's that kind of bowler that she knows that maybe on the fresh she's not going to be as competitive or as good as some other players. But it's when things start to get a little trickier, start to break down a little bit, that she can really show off her ball speed. She can show off her rev rate and her ability to really hook the lanes, and still keeping them pretty narrow. I was watching her just right before I came back. And still keeping them kind of in front of her. Hasn't opened them up as much as I was expecting her to do about this time, but still hitting the ball a lot, and it's a lot of fun to watch Brianna bowl, and she's had a very impressive opening season.
Another strike there from Balanova, 279 out there. So she is she's going to get to plus with a mark here in the 10th, but get into that plus 30 range with a double.
Yeah, it's going to start getting a little congested out there, right? It's already starting to get really congested. You look at from 7th From 7th to 2nd, only 22 pins separating those positions. So that can evaporate. Excuse me. Let me restate that. 17 pins. My bad. 17 pins separating 7th to 2nd. So very easily, tons of opportunities out there where you pick up pins and get there. And it's going to be a little harder as the scores have started to creep up. So rely on your spare game. Don't miss anything. And, just try to string some strikes together.
Bummer's going to finish at plus 53. Jody Wessner's going to be in the 2-0s. She's going to max out at plus 93 this game. Fania Kobo, who is in the number, can get to 212 this game. 10th frame left to go. Kayla Crawford putting up some strikes after an early missed single pin. She can shoot 258 this game and would get her to plus 34 if she's able to finish that out.
Cara Mangiola. Looks like she's going to shoot a $180 here, contingent upon picking up a spare. Wait, I miscalculated that. She can shoot 190 if she strikes out. Saw the wrong one.
Leaves the 10, 182 now her max score, so going to give a couple pins back to the field. Taylor Bailey, 266 out there for her with the 10th frame left to go. Tanya Lopez putting together another nice game. She's gotten pretty comfortable out there. She can get to 248. Katie Jensen, who we mentioned, has been making a nice run. 225 still out there for her. Alexis is going to get to plus 6.
And like I said with Alexis, 218, 193, 190, 198. She picks up her spares. Doesn't get herself out of trouble. Doesn't get herself in trouble much. But if she can let off a couple of decent games here, she's right in the mix there.
Big 10 frame upcoming for Stephanie Schwartz and Maria Belanova. Schwartz can get to 237 at minus 13, 279 out there for Belanova, minus 46. First shot for Steph. Oh. Taking it home.
Let's go. Here we go with Maria.
She's just mean to the bowling ball at the bottom there. You see her get around it, and it's just like, yowza.
Oh, yeah. That rip cord at the bottom of her swing. But again, it's just one of those situations. It just looks effortless. It looks like she's just going out there and throwing it.
All right, Steph doing what she needed to do there to get into the 230s. So another player in the mix. Oh,
those pins are fighting back.
7 pin has had enough. It's a 268, though, going to be a big swing here for Bolanova. Finiakobo finishes at 209. She's at plus 76. Wessner, 205. She's at plus 93. Kayla Crawford got to 237 that game. She's at plus 13. For Tina Williams, an open in the 10th. 182 drops her to plus 33. She's going to get passed here by Taylor Bailey on the same pair. She's going to be in the 240s. Taylor, with a strike on her fill ball, can get to plus 62.
Nice movement there by Taylor, and she's got a little bit of a cheering section. Some famous fans sitting there behind her as the O'Keeffes are watching her bowl right now. For very obvious reasons.
The card enthusiasts.
The card enthusiast. Matt McNeil, another card enthusiast, showing off some. There's a really fantastic card shop that's really nearby here. So they've been going crazy over there. And Matt McNeil came and showed off some of his new collection here. So some fun times there. Get you away from the bowling center just a bit,
which is important. Long days for the ball reps too. That's an understated comment for those folks. They put in long days as well. So shout out to them. Bolanova, 268 gets her to plus 22. Stephanie Schwartz, 234. She's going to be at plus 21 now. Cara Mangiolo is going to drop to plus 50. Tanya Lopez can get to plus 56. Katie Jensen can strike out in the 10th to get to plus 72. So it is getting interesting here, to say the least. We've had a lot of really good close rounds. There hasn't been really too many instances of everybody kind of running away from the field, or a few people doing that. Obviously, looking at Dasha at the Go Bowling Classic, she ended up doing that eventually. But, looking at the cuts that we've had and kind of getting to the numbers and the very end, it has been very tightly contested throughout the course of even going back to the PTQ. All four events we've had so far in that aspect have come down to the wire.
Makes it fun for us. Maybe not as fun for the bowlers. A little more nerve-wracking, but for our viewing audience, I'm sure they're not upset about that. Makes for some fun and intriguing watching, especially as you get these last few games.
All right, looks like Game 6 is getting underway in a couple of pairs. Alexis, Maria, Jeannie, Kara, and Tremea are going to move over to 13 and 14 next. 213 is going to be a final tally there for Jeannie. She'll be at minus 14. We'll get our first look at Tanya Lopez, Katie Jensen, Kayla Pashina, Caitlin Schroyer, and Suzette Draper next on 11 and 12. At that point, we would have had everybody at least, I guess after next game, we'll hit every pair at least once. Tanya Lopez finished at 200 even, plus 52. 211 for Katie Jensen, so she's going to get to plus 58. So we have Kobo and Wessner staying in the top two, I believe, here. I think we said Taylor Bailey was going to get into the plus 60 range. And a couple players in the plus 50s, so Katie Jensen actually might be the new number here. With 3 games left to go. It might be a plus 58. Ivanova not slowing down. Early double here in game 6. First look at Katie Jensen, results in a strike. Pulled the PTQ, but did not advance to the main event. Back at it, though, here at the PWBA DFW Regional. The third event of the Summer Classic Series. The fourth and final event will kick off tomorrow, take place Monday and Tuesday. Tanya Lopez kicks things off with a strike. Caitlin, Kayla, and Suzette, our first opportunity to see them as well. Shot there from Kara, bouncing back after the 7-10 in the second. All right, we do have a score update available online, and as a note, I've already sent in a note about Kara's score, so Kara is at plus 50 right now. Jody Wessner continuing to lead, plus 93. Fania Kobo plus 76. And then a tie for third and fourth, Katie Jensen and Taylor Bailey. So Taylor gave a few pins back on that fill ball. So plus 58, still the number. Brianna Clemmer, 5 pins out at plus 53. Tanya Lopez at plus 52, 6 pins out. And then Tina Williams at plus 33. Maria Bolanova plus 22. Stephanie Schwartz plus 21. Kayla Crawford plus 13. Alexis Nair plus 6. And Azarette Zetter at plus 4.
I got to get my orange vest out and start directing traffic here, Aaron Smith, as there is a jam as you approach the top of that leaderboard. It is anybody's game. You can definitely see, just look down you see a lot of 2s as you look down the scoreboard on that fifth game.
Mm-hmm. Players finding the look. 3 players within 8 pins of the number. Nine players within 54 of the cut to the top 4.
That ain't bad. That's fun. That is a lot of fun. I just had a gift brought to me, Aaron.
Is there more coffee?
Oh, yes, it is, sir.
Oh, how about that?
A nitro cold brew. Stephanie Zavala's boyfriend, Chris, bestowed this upon me. And he also told me that if I'm ever in his part of California, that I should come and check out his race car
What?
school. Him and his dad teach racing.
How about that?
Yes. So he says he'll get me into a race car and let me get around a track.
Oh my!
And now I just feel like I need to make a special trip. I'm ready to go.
Well, on your way, swing by Fairview Heights, Illinois to congratulate Matthew Russo for winning his first PBA Tour title moments ago. Breaking news.
Breaking news. Matt Russo becomes a tour titleist.
So
Lauren Pate is very happy.
There might be a Lauren Pate jumping up and down somewhere in the ITRC right now.
I see her right now.
She might be crying.
I see an emotional Lauren Pate sitting surrounded by friends, and they all seem pretty happy for her. She seems ecstatic, and she still has some bowling to do this week.
That's right. Made the top 12 at the Go Bowling Classic and qualified for the Bowl TV Classic.
You know what? Let's get her in here. Let's get her in the moment reaction. I'll see if we can. Although she's on the phone now. She might be talking to some important people. I bet
She's
you her
not
phone
talking to Matt Russo. He's busy getting a trophy.
Oh my goodness! Congrats to Matt. Absolutely well deserved there, sir. I guarantee you're not watching this either, as you are probably a little busy.
He's wearing this Ninja Turtles jersey as well. So the newest Ninja Turtle, Strikatello, getting the job done.
Wow, Matt. I am in love with that reference. My daughter is obsessed with the Ninja Turtles now, at the behest of maybe one of her parents, named Curtis.
She needs a replica Matt Russo PBA champion DV8 Ninja Turtle jersey to add to her collection.
I need a Ninja Turtle jersey in my life.
See, I figured he would be a Donatello fan because he likes that purple bowling ball. But very cool stuff. Matt Russo, a great kid, Team USA member, also a Ninja Turtle enthusiast.
Chat? Who's your favorite Ninja Turtle? Mine is, of course, Michelangelo, because he's a party dude. Underrated movie? The OG live action Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. It is fantastic.
That's thrown it to the way back machine there.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, I see Lauren. I see an opportunity. I'm going to take it. I'll be
all right. Fun. I like this. Good opportunity for a unique moment here on Bowl TV.
We should have had her in the booth live watching as it happened.
Oh.
We're obviously a little behind now, but for next time, put that on the schedule.
We'll just have to tell Matt to win again.
Well, no, it has to be somebody else. No, he's some other non-winner.
As promised, I always deliver.
Even on Sundays.
The inimitable Lauren Pate, ladies and gentlemen.
Awesome. Thanks, Curtis. Well, folks, I'm very excited to talk with Lauren Pate right now. Lauren, hello.
Hi.
How are you doing right now?
I'm pretty good. Really happy for my better half. I really don't even know what to say. My hands are very sweaty, but I'm hanging in there.
Well, I'm already starting the story, so you know what you need to do the rest of the week now.
Yes, that is something that people actually have been telling me. My mom actually flew in to watch me this week, and she said, you know, there was a tournament that your dad and I won the same weekend, and so now it's yours and Matt's, and Matt has his down, so I got 24 games to bowl, and we'll see, hopefully, if I can bowl 24 or additional games.
Now, how we've talked to about to coaches, in that situation, competing versus watching your players out there. For you, how crazy was it watching Matt in that situation, knowing that a national tour title was on the line? How tough was it to just kind of sit back there, knowing that there was really nothing you could do? You just had to sit back and hope he got the job done.
Well, in match play, he shot 299. So I'm like, okay, well, he definitely has a chance in making the top 4. So I started watching more and more. And when he made the TV show, I was like, oh, like awesome. Not like bad wise, but like good, trying to hold my emotions. But then when he beat Jacob, I was like, okay, now I'm pacing. I can't stand still. My mom is yelling at me to keep the phone still so she can watch. But my hands are very sweaty, but it was hard to watch because, we had the day off today and I wish I could have been there, but he knows that, I'm here hopefully bringing home a tour title of my own, and we can share this moment together when we get home.
Well, the real question is, how are you going to spend the prize money?
Ooh, well, he wants a truck. I don't really have anything in mind right now of something I want, but I'm sure if I think of something, I could definitely use the prize money.
That's the way it works, right? He gets the banner and he gets the fame for it, right? And then you get the money. That's your role in the relationship, and vice versa. When you win, you get all of those things and the money as well.
Yeah, and what I say is what his is mine is what mine is mine. I think that's how it works.
Do you think some of that money might go to a wedding?
Oh, yeah. I definitely think some of it is going to go to our wedding fund. That is for sure. We can just pay it all off right now. But no, we'll see. We do have a wedding to pay off. But we got some time. We got like 2 years. So.
Oh, very awesome stuff. And Lauren, as you mentioned, you still got some bowling left to do. You made the cut at the Go Bowling Classic, the Bowl TV Classic coming up tomorrow and Tuesday. Yeah, today's Sunday. So, yeah, that makes sense now. My days of the week are all messed up. How'd you feel about the pattern that you got to see a little bit earlier today?
Yeah, they were definitely hooking a lot this morning. Obviously, it's not going to play that way when we go into the tournament. Maybe somewhat similar, but as you lay the pattern down, it gets tighter and tighter down lane. But I'm feeling pretty confident. I do like kind of the medium-ish patterns. I think that plays to my game really well. This week actually has been putting me out of my comfort zone. So I'm curious to see what the other tournament is going to bring to me and, push me to be even better on the lanes.
All right. Well, one final question before we let you go back and celebrate. Have you had the chance to talk to Matt yet?
Not yet. He was taking pictures. He looked at his phone, but I expect probably a phone call within the next 5 minutes or so.
Well, be sure to let him know after you get your initial congratulations in there that Aaron and Matt are very proud of him as well, and we're going to give him a big hug next time we see him for this win. So please send our best to Matt. Congratulations to him, and we can't wait to see you out there in the next few days for the Bowl TV Classic, Lauren.
Thank you guys so much.
All right, folks. Lauren Pate joining us here from the ITRC just moments after her fiance, Matt Russo, wins his first career PWBA Tour title. So pretty awesome stuff right there. As we said, we're we've gotten to know Matt pretty well over the course of the past couple of years between the success he's had at team trials as a collegiate standout at Weber International, Junior Team USA, and great to see him make the jump to the next level at the professional ranks. So congratulations, Matt. Congratulations, Lauren. And we can't wait to see her out on the lanes coming up Monday and Tuesday.
So, Aaron, looking at technology, Jonesboro, Arkansas, only 462 miles away, 6 hours and 33 minutes. So, Matt Russo could plop that trophy into the passenger seat and get here in plenty of time to help us finish out the evening with our story and our social media, and then be here for the 24 games that are going to follow in the next 2 days.
We're just going to put him right to work.
Well, yeah.
I like it.
Absolutely.
Hey, if that happens, we'll definitely get Mr. Russo enjoys spending some time on Bowl TV, so he can definitely help us out with some commentary here if that happens to be the route.
Well, he's got gas money, so
that he does. That he does. All right, we are getting toward the end of game number 6 here. Taking a look around the house. Anna Brookins putting together a nice game. Brianna Clemmer, who's just outside of the number, can get to 214, which will get her to plus 67. Jody Wessner started off with the front 5. She can get to 236 still this game. She can move to plus 129 if she strikes out. Fania Kobo, a couple frames behind, just in the 7th. Has 258 out there, so that would be a big jump and potentially into the lead. And then once again, kind of the back half, 6th, 7th frame ongoing on the other pairs at the moment. So that's what we're looking at currently, good folks. Throughout this excitement, Kayla Pashina has started with the front 6 here in our featured pair. Jermaine Washington had a nice little run there of 5 in a row as well. Alexis Nyer, 9th frame. 10-pin, not going to get out of there. That would have been a big couple strikes in the 9th and 10th for Alexis, as she is still in need of a big game here with 2 to go. with the spare can still get to 202. See if Katie Jensen can make it 3 out of the last 4. Asking that one to get up the hill. Doesn't. 4-8. Tied for 3rd place entering this game. Jody Wessner finished with 226, so she's going to get to plus 119. Brianna Clemmer at plus 67. Fania Kobo still striking on 5 and 6. So that's 258 out there with the 9th and 10th left to go. Kayla Crawford has been on the move the last 2 games. She had a nice streak of 4 in a row in the middle of the current game here. All right, we're in business. 7 for 7 for Kayla. Ania Kobo added another one in frame number 9. She can get to plus 134, so she has an opportunity to take over the top spot here. She would need the first hit in the 10th. I believe she would be all set there. Over on lanes 5 and 6 right now. Nice shot by Kara there to get the 10 pin out. She can get to 212 this game. Get her back to plus 62. Milanova stepping up on 13. Chance to get to 225. That would get her plus 47. Azurette Zetter putting together some strikes over in 5 and 6 as well. Her max score 258. She had dropped back a little bit further after a strong start. Currently at plus 4, so that would put her right in the mix as well. Let's going to be a fun final two games for this cut number. Is Tanya from way downtown. Gets the double, can get to 216 this game. Kara makes it the double. Gonna get to plus 60 with good count here. It's been real fun to watch the back and forth. The scores here. It's shaping up for a great finish here on Bowl TV from the PWBA Dallas Fort Worth Classic. Regional. This is the regional. Katie Jensen asking for some push there, finds it. Turns the Brooklyn into a double to set up her 10th frame. She can get to 232 this game. That would put her at plus 90. Bolanova up to plus 47 now. Sheena will be stepping up on lane 11 momentarily, looking to make it 9 for 9. She's at minus 84. Her goal is to get to plus 16 this game, which would put her within shouting distance. Let's get one more here. Got it. 9 for 9. Here we go, folks. Kayla Pashina. Finding something here. Game 6. Fania Kobo got to 246 this game. She's going to be at plus 122. Azarette into the 240s already. She can get to the 250s as well. Zetter not going to be in the 250s, so striking her fill, she gets the plus 62. Would be tied with Cara Mangiola. So a big 10th frame opportunity here for Katie Jensen. Tiny Lopez going to give a couple pins back here. Still going to be right in the mix at plus 46. Taylor Bailey can get to 228 this game. She can get to plus 86 overall. This is the first shot in the 10th for Katie. Gets it. Tina Williams looks like she's going to give a couple pins back here. She can max out at 190 over on 9 and 10. Clemmer 214 to get to plus 67. So the number could potentially get as high as plus 86 here, I believe. That one is outside the mark. .218 would be plus 76. All this number crunching, and you have Kayla Pashina. He's stepping up after this on lane 12. Trying to go for you know what, folks. .218 to get to plus 76 for Katie Jensen. But right now, Kayla Pashina, all eyes on lane 12. Stepping up with the front 9 here at the PWBA DFW Regional. It's going to make a big move in the standings. Should get a little more here. Looking for 10. Absolutely perfect. Kayla on the board. 10 consecutive strikes. Looking to get to plus 16. She's going to make the move to plus here. As that number rises, every pin important here. Stepping up for 11. Might be a little in. Holds. Holds for 11. Let's go. Lane 11 and 12. It's the home of the first 300 game we had here at the ITRC for the Summer Classic Series. Kayla Pashina looking to add another one. Her 12th shot. That's going to have a chance to get there. Yes. There we go. Kayla Pashina registers 300 in Game 6 at the DFW Regional. Going to make the jump. All the way to plus 16. Going to be right back in the mix here. Kayla connecting for 300. How about that? that, folks. Kayla Pashina, 300 here at the DFW Regional. And one of the notes we mentioned a little bit earlier in the week, Kayla is expecting as well. So I believe Curtis had said either 20 or 21 weeks along at the moment. So a pretty special 300 there. Now 2 games left for her to see if she can continue this run and put herself in the mix for the top 4. She's only going to be about 60 pins back with 2 to go. All right, taking a look around the house here, trying to get some updates. Tanya Lopez at plus 46, Katie Jensen at plus 76, Kayla Pashina with that 300 game getting to plus 16. Taylor Bailey is going to move into 3rd place, it looks like here. She's going to be in the 220s, can get to plus 86 with a strike on her fill ball. Tina Williams drops to plus 13. Kayla Crawford, plus 26. Jody Wessner at plus 119. Maria Belanova, plus 47. Kara Mangiola, plus 62. Fania Kobo, plus 122. It's going to be your clubhouse leader at the moment. It looks like plus 76. Current cut to the top 4.
Did you go to college?
Tanya gets a hit. Once again, players just moving 1 pair to the right, which means we'll get to see some of the folks we saw in game 1. Tina Williams is back here. So we saw her have front 8 out the gates, but has given some pins back, looking to still make a run here, though. Still within about 60 or so of the cut. But our first look at Kayla will be coming up after her 300 game, so we'll get to see her for 2 games in a row, see if she can continue her striking ways. So as soon as we get that score update for you, we'll verify those numbers. But just from looking at live scoring, I think that's where we're at. Everybody hang tight. Game 7 underway. There's 2 to go here at the PWBA Dallas-Fort Worth Regional. We'll be right back here on Bold TV as we get down closer to see who's going to be in our top 4. Score update in hand here and available online at pwba.com. Fania Kobo, 246 to move into the lead. She's at plus 122. 3 pins ahead of Jody Wessner at plus 119. Taylor Bailey moves into 3rd place, plus 82. Katie Jensen, plus 76. Your current top 4. First player out, Brianna Clemmer at plus 67. So less than 10 pins back for Clemmer. Azarette Zetter and Cara Mangiola tied at plus 62. Each 14 pins back. Maria Bolanova plus 47. Tiny Lopez plus 46. Kayla Crawford in 10th at plus 26. Kayla Pashina plus 16. Tina Williams plus 13. Jeannie Franklin plus 2. So with 2 to go. 9 players within 74 pins of the number. We're seeing a lot of strikes here on 13 and 14 to get underway. Scoring pace has been picking up throughout the course of the block, so the availability for big numbers out there. Shot there by Taylor Bailey, rings the 10. Tanya with the spare, 4 with the 3-bagger. Talk about players being familiar with the ITRC. Taylor, quite a few opportunities to bowl here as a collegiate standout for McHenry University, along with Brianna Clemmer as members of McHenry Bearcats. Found some success winning a couple of Prairie View A&M Invitational titles. Maria Bolanova's gotten some reps here as well from her time at Vanderbilt, bowling the Prairie View. Ania Kobo clean through her first 6 frames, no doubles yet. Azurad Zetter had a 3-bagger, but sandwiched around a pair of open frames on the outside looking in at the moment. Brianna Clemmer started with the front 4, but potentially some trouble in frame 7. We've got a 6 split up on the scoreboard. Jody Westner clean through 6, no doubles. Maria Bolanova 4 out of the first 5. Kara Mangiola clean with a double and a strike in the 6th. I feel there's really no seeing the way the scores are progressing here. Not the time for 2 O's and 2 teams here. Chasing the number, you're be hoping to find 230, 240, 250 right now to make some moves. Kayla Pashina has struck on 16 out of her last 17. Right here on our featured pair on Bowl TV. That would be one heck of a way to make a run at the top 4. Minus 84 with 3 to go. Rolls 300. Get to plus 16, and she keeps striking. She's going to be north of plus 100 in a matter of 2 games. Shot there from Tina. First strike on the board. Suzette looking for an early 5-bagger. A little bit farther back. Just missed making the main event here at the Summer Classic. Nice final game to push the number up a couple pins, but Tanya Lopez was able to deliver in the 10th frame to secure the final spot out of the PTQ. Katie asking for some push there, doesn't get quite enough. 4-pin. Again, she is the number right now, plus 76. Two other players on her pair chasing the number. And we talked to Shannon O'Keefe a little bit earlier today. She had mentioned, finding ways to stay mentally present in between frames and shots, and making sure you're ready for those couple of seconds you're up there every frame to get going. And for myself personally, it would be putting that to the test right now with a smaller facility, all these scores very close for this top 4. It'll be tough not to take a peek and see where some of these players are chasing the number are doing. But
Aaron Smith with the 300 and now the cut number approaching. I feel your tone has changed quite a bit here. It's almost as if you were conserving so much. into the later innings here. Is that accurate?
It's fair. It's crunch time here, and it's just been fun to watch everything develop here so far. And start off a little slow, and business has been picking up, and scores are certainly out there right now. And we're just seeing a lot of great bowling, a lot of pressure-packed shots. Because this is it. There's only a game and a half left to go, and there's minimal room for mistakes. With so many players still in the mix, and only 4 spots. That's the thing. This is a talented field, a very talented group of players, searching for just 4 spots to move on and have a chance to claim the title here at the DFW Regional. But to your point, Matthew, there's additional excitement that we're hoping to unleash here in Game 8.
You mentioned Shannon O'Keefe already, and I know she came on and talked a little bit about her Bearcats doing their thing. But the potential for an all Bearcat match, I can imagine what the mood would be like in the bleachers at that point. What are your thoughts?
Well, I think it doesn't get any better than that, actually, for the O'Keefes, both Shannon and Brian in attendance here, and 2 of their former standouts, Brianna Clemmer and Taylor Bailey, both in the mix right here. Taylor is in the number at the moment. We're watching her right now, and Clemmer was the first player out of the top 4. So that would be one of them would have to move to the top spot to see an all Bearcat final, but it's in play here for sure. But I think that would be a fun moment for them more than a serious one. They'd be happy either way, but being able to celebrate that moment with both of their players would probably be pretty cool.
And maybe a little bit bittersweet for Clemmer as well. She comes into this week's festivities as a front runner for the Rookie of the Year award, but because she's bowling in this regional event, that means the rest of the week didn't quite go so well. It means no top 24, no Bowl TV Classic for her. Well, Stephanie Zavala had a great couple of events, and we'll be doing some more bowling this week, and of course the 2 titles. So again, takes the good and the bad, I suppose, and still a lot of season left, though, I think, for all that to shake out too.
Yeah, that's a great point, Matt. And looking at, we do have another Classic Series event to wrap up the season coming up in October in the biggest little city in the world, Reno, Nevada. And the U.S. Women's Open is going to be a big event as well, with extra points being available. So we always know the conditions challenging when you lace up at the U.S. Women's Open. So definitely going to be a test coming up there in a couple of weeks in California. Double-decker lanes, the site there. And speaking of Clemmer, in the books this game, she's at plus 75 after 208. So one of the first scores in. Jody Western is going to give a couple pins back here. Still going to be north of plus 100. And that there's some trouble there for Katie Jensen. Once again, talking about her, she is the number right now. But Tanya Lopez putting up a game. Kayla Pashina, the ultimate comeback story at the moment here. Still striking. 290, just a couple shots away after 300 the previous game. She was at minus 84 entering game 6. Cara Mangiola putting together a big game here. Over on 1 and 2, can get to 256. She was at plus 62 entering this game. Ria Bolanova can get to 241. Fania Kobo, who is our tournament leader entering this game, is clean through 8, but no doubles. She does have a strike in the 8th, though, as she prepares for her 9th frame. Kayla Crawford's been making a bit of a move here as well, and she's got a chance at 279 here. Pashina's got that one right and came motoring back, but not enough to get the 7-pin out, so her string of strikes ends at 6.
I feel like I'm not going to get my money's worth of Bowl TV today because I'll be down in the ITRC as the final game wraps up. So the insanity, if you will, that I know will be happening in the studio. I'll have to go back in the archives later and check it out and hear the call. It all comes down to those final frames and final shots and the best part. I always get to miss the best parts, right? To go and to do the work.
You missed the best part of this to get to see it happen in real life. So, I mean, there's some give and take there, Maddie. Some give and take.
That's true, and I did have a front row seat to Jen Higgins, of course, winning her first battle yesterday, and Birgit winning her first singles title. So you're right. There's give and take, certainly, and being in the very front row for many of bowling's top moments. I think that's okay too.
It's not bad. I like it. Kara Mangiola is going to be in the 250s, so she's going to get north of plus 100 here. Jody Westner finished with 194, so she's at plus 113 now. She's going to be surpassed by Mangiola, 255 to get to plus 117. So you already have one change in the messenger there for Taylor Bailey. She can still get to 280. Can potentially take the lead here this game. Tanya Lopez, can she add another one? It's got a chance. 10-pin left standing in the 9th for her. She has 246 out there. Kayla Crawford. This almost feels like the end of B Squad qualifying at the IBC Classic just a couple days ago, where we saw the scoring page just skyrocket up in the final 2 or 3 games. And the feeling, the vibe right now is similar. It's seems like everybody who's around the number is putting up a score, and it's going to be a big final game coming up here. Lopez, that was not a good time for that. 234 still out there, but feels she's going to be giving up some ground here. Sheena, is that going to hang on? And the strikes have been plentiful, but some very important pins lost by both players there. Going to make it a little bit tougher if they can make a run here. Let's see if Crawford can add another one here. 8th frame. In business. Former collegiate standout at St. Ambrose and a junior Team USA member. Maria Belanova can get to plus 88 here. This is going to be fun, this final game, folks. Fania Kobo tossed a couple strikes in the 9th and to start the 10th. She can still get to 229. Try that right, Caitlin. This is going to be a fun finish. players now north of plus 100. Kobo with a strike on her fill ball will be at plus 151. Which means if Taylor Bailey keeps striking, she could get ahead of Kobo. And that would mean all of a sudden we're at a plus 100 or better cut.
It's turning into a traffic jam a little bit. A lot of big scores out there being shot.
Oh,
come on, 4-pin.
Yeah, the 4-pin to go along with it, Curtis. Yeah, this is. I had just mentioned it. This feels a lot like the end of B Squad at the IBC Classic, where all of a sudden we just had the scoring pace just jump immensely in the final 2-3 games.
Absolutely, it's exactly what it's like. It just seems like things unexpectedly opened up. It looked like they were going to get a little rough, and then we saw around game 4 or 5 things just start to really open up for these players. They get a little room down lane, and you can see that they're just having some fun with them now. And they can get aggressive to the pocket, so carry is going to be really nice. And, Taylor Bailey just having a ball out there. Kayla Crawford shooting a big game, possibly 279. So, we had a couple of big games down there on the low end. And Fania Kobo, who's bowling phenomenally, not keeping pace. She's bowling 230. She bowled 228 and is going to lose pins. Probably going to drop to second place.
It could happen here. Plus 150. She finished with 228 that game. And yeah, it is nuts where it's gotten. Tiny Lopez is going to get to plus 70, but it's going to have her work cut out for her. It's looking like, potentially Jody Wessner, who was in the lead for a couple of games there, might be the number here.
Uh-oh, that one got away.
Oh. Everything going Taylor's way right now here in game 7.
Yeah, she has a pretty good cheering section here for her, which has got to make it even more fun. This is one of those rare events where, she can have such a cheering section because the bowlers that normally, would be cheering for her are typically bowling with her. Mm-hmm. And at this point in time, obviously the big touring players like Shannon and Lauren and all those folks are right there with her. So lots of fun. They're having a good time. It's fun to watch. It's fun to see Taylor have some success. She feels like one of those players that, once she puts everything together, she's going to be very hard to beat as well. So just another indication of the talent level we have out here, and the future is bright out on the PWBA tour for many reasons.
Many indeed, and speaking about Taylor and talking to Shannon O'Keefe, as Kayla adds another one here, and she's going to get right near that plus 100 if she can double as well. When Shannon O'Keefe says she's jealous and wishes she had your release, that's usually a good sign of things to come in your career, and that is a way that Shannon has described what Taylor does to a bowling ball on several occasions. She hasn't been shy to mention that aspect. So, I'm sure for her, excited to see this, especially with Brianna in the mix as well. Yep. And it's and going back to our conversation earlier, finding ways to kind of keep the mental toughness in perspective here, and kind of, the cheering and keeping things loose a little bit, and that goes back to the coaching aspect of it too, kind of knowing the best way to work with players and what they respond to best. And, for Taylor right now, that might be, being a little more laid back with everything. Maybe that's helping her a little bit, and the O'Keefes and Lauren Payton, everybody there still helping to kind of keep that feeling going for her.
Yeah, and it never hurts to have fun out on the lanes, and it looks like she's just having a good time. But one thing that Shannon O'Keefe most certainly has taught Taylor is the work ethic. That is one thing Shannon always puts a premium on is the work ethic. If you're going to be on her team, if you're going to represent her school, and you're going to bowl for her, the one thing that you may not be the most physically gifted, although she has a lot of very physically gifted bowlers that bowl for her, they have the right attitude. They have the right attitude, the right mental makeup, and they work their butts off. Because you know who you're not going to outwork? You know who sets that example?
Shannon O'Keefe.
Shannon O'Keefe. And so it's easy to ask that of your players when they see you doing it at a high level, at the highest level possible. And so you want to kind of carry on that legacy to a certain extent, you know, and that's what it's kind of all about for them. They strive to be as good as their coach. And you can see it through players like Brianna and Taylor.
Absolutely. So some scores coming up. Some players who are still in the mix, but now are going to be on the outside looking in. Katie Jensen at plus 81. Big shot here for Crawford, and she adds another one. So she's going to be
in the 260s
now. So she's going to move ahead of Katie Jensen, ahead of Tanya Lopez, who's at plus 70, with a big game 7 here. And she might be the first player out. Wait, looking. Tina adds another one.
Tina, that one unexpectedly held for Tina. She kind of fell out of that shot, but it just flattened out and held, and that's what you kind of see. You have some room to miss here, and when you give a little room here, a lot of players are going to capitalize on it. We're going to see Taylor Bailey see if she can capitalize on it and try to step up in the 10th and strike out here after Tina. Kayla going for 279 here. That one just flattens out and doesn't make the turn there. But I'm sure she's not going to be upset with 64 pins to the positive there. Decent game for Tina, just not going to be enough. But you got to fight. They're going to fight and try to see if they can stay into that cashing. Put a couple of bucks in your pocket.
That's going to be an interesting development to this all. That cash line, that 11th spot is going to be tightly contested as well. Taylor
Bailey going up.
One more time. She's having the ball on 11 and 12.
She is carrying the world, and you heard Shannon talk about it earlier. That 11 and 12 particularly was a pretty nice pair. She liked it as a pair, and we've seen some high scores being shot on this pair. Obviously, the 2 300s we've had at the event both shot on 11 and 12.
Mm-hmm.
And so you see Taylor Bailey now trying to capitalize on the good pair and going to put together at least a 260, hopefully a 279 for her, and gets another one. So that's going to be she's going to be shoot 270.
She's going to be our new leader.
Can shoot 280 if she goes in there. I mean, that's 62, 162 over would not break her heart.
So it looks like the top 4 heading into this final game are going to be Taylor Bailey, Fania Kobo, Cara Mangiola, and Jody Wessner.
While we will not have a position round, and a part of me cries because of that, we are going to have an intense game 8. As we have a pile up there, not only for the cash spot, but for the stepladder final. So it is going to be an exciting one. Lots of math about to happen here, Aaron Smith.
The only thing that can help prepare us for more math, Curtis, is a giveaway.
Ooh,
Proven fact by science. Giveaway time. So, Bowl TV t-shirt up for grabs, folks. If this is your first time joining us, we certainly thank you. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. The bowling has been fantastic. We're ready for one more before we determine our top 4 for the stepladder finals. But one lucky Bowl TV viewer is going to take home a Bowl TV t-shirt. All you have to do, in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen momentarily, you'll see a prompt pop up that says a giveaway will begin soon. Watch here to participate. It's going to count down for about 60 seconds. You don't have to do anything just yet. Just get prepared. Get psyched. Get ready. Visualize the victory. And then after that, in that same spot on the lane, it's going to say, on the screen, you want to play in the same part of the lane, usually from shot to shot, but you want to look in the same part of the screen. Bottom left-hand corner, it'll say the giveaway has begun, and there will be a submit entry button available on the screen as well. All you have to do is click that, and you'll have the opportunity to win. So with that, we'll get that going here in just a second. And as a note, we do recommend you take it out of full screen mode so you can see the chat, see everything, to be sure to see the button. But we're going to go ahead and get that started. So good luck, everybody. Thank you again for being part of the Bowl TV community. So looking around the house right now, we got Tanya Lopez, Katie Jensen, Kayla Pashina, Caitlin Schroyer, and Suzette Draper on 1 and 2. Alexis Nair, Maria Bolanova, Jeannie Franklin, Kara Mangiola, and Jamea Washington on 3 and 4. So 3 and 4, one to keep an eye on. Kara and Maria, both on the outside, or excuse me, Kara got inside the number. Maria just on the outside at plus 88. And then Katie Jensen on 1 and 2 was at plus 81. A couple pins behind Maria. Over on 5 and 6, Sandy Charles, Stephanie Schwartz, Nicolette Gaudet, Jennifer Couples, and Brianna Andrew. At 7 and 8, Jennifer Russo, Brianna Clemmer, Hannah Brookins, and Jody Westner. So I'm intrigued at that one. We have Clemmer at plus 75. Jody Westner at plus 113. I believe she's going to be the number. And for Jody, an early open in the second. So with the scoring pace we've seen, you feel like you kind of got to keep pace here. You got to be thinking 220, 230 right now, at least. Fania Kobo, who dropped to second place there. It's on 9 and 10. Along with Courtney Ermish, Sandra Gongora, Azraet Zetter, and Lisa Goodson. Then here on 11 and 12, we see Shalyn Zolkifli, Taylor Boltice, and Jennifer Hokersack. And then Brandy Stevens, Summer Jasmine, Tina Williams, Taylor Bailey, who just took over the lead, and Kayla Crawford, who's at plus 91, the first player out of the cut. Here on 13 and 14. All right, scores are updated. Congratulations to Kurt on taking home the Bowl TV t-shirt. Our marketing team will be reaching out in the next couple days to get a hold of you, find out your shirt size, make sure that shirt gets shipped off to the right spot. So be on the lookout for that email. And once again, good luck, everybody. Welcome back to Bowl, thank you for being part of the Bowl TV community. All right, an update on our scores here through 7. Taylor Bailey plus 162, Fania Kobo plus 150, Cara Mangiola plus 117, Jody Wessner plus 113. Your top 4, Kayla Crawford at plus 91. First player out, Maria Bolanova, plus 88. Katie Jensen, plus 81. Brianna Clemmer, plus 75. Tanya Lopez, plus 70. In 9th place. So Lopez at plus 70. 43 back of the number. Tina Williams in 10th, plus 447. Kayla Pashina in 11th at plus 42. She's the final cash up at the moment. Azarette Zetter plus 38, Alexis Nair plus 34, Jen Russo plus 24, Stephanie Schwartz plus 5. All right, taking a look around the house here. Players in the mix. Tanya Lopez and open in the fourth after an early double. Katie Jensen, 3 spares to start strike in the fourth. Kara Mangiola, 4 out of the first 5, 280 max. Maria Bolanova started with the front 4. She had an open in the 5th, spare in the 6th, so 256 her max. Brianna Clemmer, front 6, 9 spare in the 7th. Jody Wester on her pair, starting off a little slower. 9 spare open, 9 spare, 9 spare, 65 in the 4th, but then back-to-back strikes in the 5th and the 6th. Fania Kobo clean through 4, no doubles. See if Kayla Crawford can add another one. First player out and trouble frame 4. Taylor flat 10 there. It's again in the lead. And that's all right. Filling frames right now. That early 3-bagger puts her on a good pace. So let's skip ahead to a different pair here for real quick. We'll come back since they're a few frames behind on 13 and 14. I'll take a look into Clemmer and Jody Westner as they wrap up on 7 and 8. So we'll make that switch here real quick, folks. Hang tight. That's some trouble for Jody Westner. As we take a look, 5 through 8. Clemmer stepping up far right of your screen. Unable to get the 7 pin out. Drops her max down to 268. The best Jody can get to this game is 210, so plus 123, her max overall effort. Taylor Bailey cleaned up that spare. Katie Jensen with an open in the 5th. Drops her max down to 235 now. She might need to strike out here and get some help along the way too. Kara Mangiola, an open in frame number 7, drops her max down to 233. Again, she was in the numbers, so she's she can still get to plus 150 here if she punches out. Kobo clean through 5. Still just 1 strike though. See if Westner can get back on track here in the 8th. Struck last time on this lane. Takes care of business. Clemmer stepping up here, 9th frame. $268 her max total. will get her to plus 143. Which would get her ahead of Jody. Said max of plus 123 now. No, 4-pin. Good news is working on a spare instead of a strike there. Drops the max score by 11 pins, 257 with the spare. Which means she can cover this and strike out and get ahead of Jody. Kayla Crawford has 4 out of 5 strikes so far. Once again, chasing the number. Make that 5 out of 6 now. Taylor Bailey clean through 5, had the early 3-bagger. Fania Kobo clean so far. Just 1 strike up on the board, however. And then Maria Belanova. Don't forget about Maria over on 3 and 4. She can still get to 256 this game. This almost feels like with a few players off to good starts, feels like a must-strike situation here for Jody Wessner. Excellent shot from Jody. Making the big shot like we've seen her do time and time again. Gonna need a couple more here to see if she can hold off a few players chasing the number at the moment. And looking at the battle for a spot here, if Klemmer doesn't double, Wessner can go throw all 3 in the 10th and stay ahead of her. So a big strike opportunity here for Klemmer. Comes in light, 210. It's going to drop her max score now to 245 this game. Spare and a strike puts her at plus 120. As we mentioned for Jody, if she strikes out, she'd be at plus 123. Fania still filling frames. On pace to shoot 190 this game, which would put her in the plus 140 range. Cara Mangiola delivered a strike in the 8th. Once again, she can get to 233. That would put her at plus 150, which potentially could move her into 2nd the way it's trending right now. Big spare here. Covers it. Maria Belanova still has 256 out there. Which means she can get to plus 144. This is crazy close right now, folks. All right, Clemmer's going to be in the books at plus 119 after 244. Caramangiola with a double in the 8th and the 9th. If she marks, I think she should be good. Bolanova just added a strike of her own in the 9th. So if she gets the first hit in the 10th, I think she's going to get around Jody and Brianna. And it's kind of up to Kobo. And we got Kayla Crawford still striking. Jody had to have it. Got it. There's one. So after this, we're going to head to 1 and 2, or excuse me, 1 through 4, to see if we can catch the end of Kara and Maria's game. Needs one more here. And now good count for Jody Wessner will put her ahead of Brianna Clemmer. That might not be enough, though. Let's head over to 1 and 2. We'll get you the fill ball in just a second. So Caramangiola and Maria Bolanova will be up momentarily here. Jody ended up getting the strike on the fill. So she's in the books at plus 123. Clemmer at plus 119. Here's Kara, first shot of the 10th. And an odd hit through the nose. 9-10 left standing. She's going to need to pick this up to get ahead of Jody. To get ahead of Jody and Brianna too. Oh, big spare on the 9-10 from Caramangiola. Excellent job. She's going to get ahead of those two. She can get 211, which would put her at plus 128. Kayla Crawford. We'll get to her in just a second. Maria Bolanova stepping up here now, lane 3. .256 still out there. She can get into the plus 140s. Gets him to tumble. Now in the 240s this game. So she is going to be getting ahead of Kara, Jody, and Brianna. Taylor Bailey is doing what she needs to do. She is going to be making the show. Fania Kobo, clean through 9, has a strike in the 9th. She can get to 211. Even if she drops to, if she fills 20, she'll be at 191 plus 141. I think that would be enough. So mark for Fania. She's on the show. I think it's going to come down to Kayla Crawford here. Cara Mangiola plus 128. Balanova, big game in the finale. She's going to be in the 250s now. So she's moving ahead of a couple people here. She's making the big jump this game. So I think it's up to Fania Kobo and Kayla Crawford. It's going to come down to who fills out their 10th frame. Although count's still important here for Balanova. There could be a few players in the plus 140 range. Big count's important here. Okay, 143 with the 255. Excellent finish for Maria. Let's try going 9-10 real quick. Hang tight, folks. All right, we're to 9 and 10 now. Fania Kobo is going to be stepping up for her 10th frame in a moment. We have Maria Balanova at plus 143. Cara Mangiola at plus 128 in the books. Taylor Bailey is going to be our tournament leader here.
Yes.
She's
Taylor
already
double. Kayla Crawford needs a double to make the show. Just got the first one. And Fania needs to keep it clean and she'll be fine.
She needs a mark.
Yeah.
244. So, but if Fania doesn't mark, Kayla Crawford is actually might be the first player out. Maria Balanova shot 255 that game to get to plus 143.
So it's Taylor Bailey, Maria Balanova, Cara Mangiola is going to. Fania's in. She just. Wait, no, that was the 9th. So she needs to mark here on the 10th. My math is not great.
Mark on the 10th keeps her in the plus 140 range.
So Kayla strikes in the 10th, gets a double in the 10th. She's in the 140s or the 130s. Cara Mangiola only at 128.
So I think Fania with that just needed the mark, got the strike.
She's in.
She's in. I think our 4 is set.
Taylor Bailey, Maria Balanova,
Fania Kobo,
and then now Cara Mangiola. Is there a player I'm missing?
Now Kara's at plus 128.
Yes.
So we have.
And then Kayla Crawford.
Kayla Crawford with
233. So she's going to get to 24.
24. She's going to be.
Yeah.
So
she
it is going to be Mangiola.
Yeah, she needed a double in the 10th to make it. And so she's going to start. She's going to be 5 pins light. Technically 6 pins.
She picked up the 9-10 in the 10th frame.
Oh, Kayla did? Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, no, Mangiola did.
Oh, yeah, Cara did. Yeah, I saw that. It was a massive shot. Absolute massive shot.
And that's going to be the deciding factor here. It looks.
Yep. So it's going to be Taylor Bailey, Maria Balanova, Fania Kobo, and Cara Mangiola is your top 4.
Just an absolutely crazy finish. Crawford's going to be at plus 24. Wessner was at plus 124. Wessner was at plus 123. Clemmer was at plus 119.
Yeah, absolute traffic jam.
Whew.
What an impressive finish. Kayla gave it all she could. She threw a great, and it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate she threw an absolutely beautiful shot, second ball in the 10th. And sometimes that's the way it goes. 10-pin, wrap 10. Did everything she could. Absolutely everything she could. Great bowling, but there's always going to be a first out. And unfortunately, Kayla has to play that role today.
All right, folks, we will double down on the official announcement here as soon as we have that. But some crazy back and forth here in the finale. Looks like Cara Mangiola plus 128 will be the number. Taylor Bailey's going to approach plus 200 here nearly. Going to be at plus 199 to lead the way. Fania Kobo is going to be our 2 seed at plus 149. Locking up that spot with the strike in the 10th. Maria Bolanova plus 143 will be our 3 seed, taking on Cara Mangiola at plus 128. Our 4 seed. 3 players within less than 10 pins of the number, though. Kayla Crawford, Jody Wessner, and Brianna Clemmer all falling just short. Here at the PWBA DFW Regional. Wow. All right, folks, we are waiting for the official announcement here just to verify our top 4. Our stepladder finals still, as far as I know, scheduled for 40 minutes from now at 9 p.m. Eastern, 8 local time. But we will let you know if there's an adjustment. We'll add the countdown to bowltv.com. Might be pushed back a little bit. Might be closer to 9:30. We'll see. I'm not sure the final call we'll have here, but
that concludes qualifying for the PWBA Dallas-Fort Worth Regional. It's my pleasure to introduce to you the top 4 for our stepladder finals. Our number 4 seed is Kara Mangiola. Our opponent in the opening match, our number 3 seed, Maria Volanova. The winner of that match will face our number 2 qualifier, Fania Kobo. And the winner of that match will then face the tournament leader, Taylor Bailey. I believe these are the top 4 finalists for our live Bowl TV Step Ladder Finals of the PWBA Dallas-Fort Worth Regionals. How about another round of applause for all of the competitors that came out with us today? Great bowling, ladies. On behalf of the entire PWBA staff, thank you again for joining us. Come on back and watch the exciting conclusion of our regional starting at 8 p.m. Seating will begin at approximately 7:40. In the meantime, we're going to ask everybody to exit the bowling arena.
All right, folks, we could see our players lining up. Our top 4 confirmed. Kara Mangiola with that clutch, absolutely clutch 9-10 conversion, ended up getting enough pins to sneak into the final spot by 4 pins ahead of Kayla Crawford. Maria Bolanova, the big 250 in the final game to jump to the 3 seed. That's going to be our opening matchup coming up in just a little bit. Fania Kobo finishes a second. She's going to be in the semifinal match. And then Taylor Bailey from McKendree University, the Bearcat, looking to add on to the program's legacy with a win here at the regional. She'll be the top seed. She has 1 match to go, working on the selfie game with Coach Shannon. But folks, that's going to conclude it. Conclude our qualifying session from the PWBA Dallas-Fort Worth Regional. So that was absolutely nuts down the stretch. But now, time to refocus, time to get ready for a TV show. And in an hour or two, we're going to have another brand new PWBA regional champion to add to the list here for 2021. Jacqueline Evans won the first event back in January. This is our second regional. So we're excited to see it. We are going to go ahead, start getting ready for that, start changing up the set to make sure we have a great looking step ladder final for you good folks on Bowl TV. So we're going to go ahead and sign off and start getting ready as always, a big thank you goes out to the USBC and BPAA and their board of directors for their continued support of the PWBA Tour. Of course, to Kegel, our official lane maintenance provider. The PWBA Tour athletes, another great show here on Bowl TV. It's so fun to watch these young players compete, and we had a tremendous showing out there. Great run to the final and to the top 4. And of course, all you good folks out there on Bowl TV, we certainly appreciate you joining us. We love the chance to be able to bring you this awesome competition and these great athletes time and time again. So we thank you for supporting the community, being part of the community, and being part of Bowl TV. So finally, for the ITRC, the PWBA, the International Bowling Campus, all their staffs, finally the Bowl TV staff, Jason Thomas, Matt Canizaro, Curtis Von Kruger, I'm Aaron Smith. We're going to go ahead and sign off for today. We'll be back, though. Once again, the approximate time is going to be in about 35 minutes. So if that changes, we'll let you know in the chat. We'll leave the chat open. We'll put the timer up there. So we'll let you know. But as of right now, 9 p.m. Eastern, step ladder finals time for the PWBA Dallas-Fort Worth Regional. We hope to see you there. But folks, for right now, we're signing off. We're getting ready. Step ladder time coming up next here on Bowl TV. Folks, we'll see you soon. And remember, on Bowl TV, bowling lives here.